Live. Okay. Hey, Grandpa Eric. Been messing around here. We got problems here. That's why we're inside. Trying to get this all figured out here. Trying to pop my chat out, if you know what that is. Crap. I think I just screwed it up. Did I? Where's it at again? Pop out chat. Okay, there it is. Now, pop the chat out. Well, no, it disappeared again. What the heck is going on here? I've done this 100 times. Pop the chat out. Okay, it's out. The chat is popped out. Good Lord. Now if I do the, okay, wait a minute. Oh, there it is. Oh, there's all three of them. Good Lord, what am I doing? I'm playing around here trying to remember how to do everything for W&L. You know, when you do W&L once a month, for an old man like me, it doesn't take long to forget. How'd I do that? There it is. Okay. Grandpa Eric, Ruth Rager, Ricky P. And hello from Indiana. Hello, hello. Gringo Loco. Yeah, we're inside, Gringo. The reason why, matter of fact, I got this other camera on. Do you guys like this camera or not? I generally never use it. I use this other one here. Let me see. Camera. Bingo. Bango. That's the one I normally use. It's more clear. I think the color's more, whatever. So anyway, we're inside because it's storming out. Raining really bad. Winds are blowing like crazy. I thought about going to the back porch back there and do some back porch sitting. By the way, I'm drinking my morning coffee. I haven't been up that long, believe it or not. I was up really late last night working on some W&L stuff, and I didn't get out of bed today till like 11 o'clock. I know you're all going to think, geez, you sleep your life away, but you're jealous. That's all. Remember, I work third. So the idea of sleeping all day and being up all night is kind of like second nature to me. Okay. Anyway, it's raining like crazy out, wind's blowing like nuts, but I was going to go to the back porch, so I grabbed my iPad like I normally do, and I went out there to get set up, and the battery in the iPad's totally dead. I mean, deader than a popcorn fart, as they say. Well, what the heck? I had this thing plugged in, but apparently when I plugged it in, I didn't shut the iPad off. So you guys can't see everything, but I've got a switch kit over here that all the USBs go into that, and every USB has a switch that I can turn that one on or turn it off. I had it off because I thought it was fully charged, and I had it off. Well, apparently it was fully charged, but when I shut it off, the iPad itself was actually still on, but I guess you call it sleep mode or something, and it's been that way since last week. So when I grabbed it and it wouldn't come on, I thought, what the heck? And I got to check and the battery's dead, totally dead. Either that or the battery in the iPad in the last week has went kaput. And if it's went kaput, that means I'll never be able to use the iPad anymore. I'll have to get another one or something. I don't know. But I can't quit porch sitting. I mean, you know, once you start something and if people enjoy it, you keep doing it. So I got to keep doing it. We're inside. I didn't know what else to do. I'm late, I know. But I just thought, well, heck, I'll just sit down here because this is where I've been working since I got up, really, doing things. And, you know, little things. Things that have nothing to do with the show, but little things like here. I'm going to upgrade. This is a high dollar cable that goes on this mic and goes around to my audio processor here. And it's lined with something that I couldn't even pronounce. And it's supposed to keep any and all outside electrical noises from other electrical lines, because they lay on top of one another here, from getting in to the show. And you can actually hear a buzzing or something. I've never really had that problem with what the setup I've got. But I thought, heck, why not? You know, it was Prime Day sale and it was on sale. So I got some. I've been thinking about it for a while anyway. Also, this thing. I had this thing out the other day because the electricity went off here. No, the electricity, I'm sorry, not the electricity. It was about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. I was working on the show and Wi-Fi went out. And well, there goes it. I just turned it on accidentally. See that? Wi-Fi went out. I don't know why it went out. It just went out, which means my TV don't work, computers don't work, nothing works. We are so dependent on Wi-Fi nowadays. Nothing works. This is my backup in the camper, but I use it at home all the time. So when it all went out and I realized the Wi-Fi, at first I wasn't sure what happened. Everything was just not working like it should. I was messing with it. Finally, I figured it out. I thought the Wi-Fi is out. So the modem, sometimes when something happens, as you all know, if you unplug your modem for a little while and then plug it back in, it resets itself. I've done that twice, nothing. And so then I got on the my phone because I got data. I don't need Wi-Fi. And I went to a Comcast webpage to find out there was an outage. They were doing some kind of service work. It's them. They're upgrading equipment for down here, probably because of all the growth going on. They're adding stuff or whatever they're doing. I don't know what they're doing. They do it early in the morning like that because they probably figure all of us old duffers are in bed. Well, I'm not. So I turned this on and I got Wi-Fi again. And that's what kept me going. And these are the little glitches that happen all the time. And I'm always scared. And it has happened, as you well know if you watch. I'm always scared this is going to happen during the show, during a live show. It'll be live and something like that's just going to happen. And I think it did once. And I had to actually close the show down and redo it, bring it back up. And if you go to the WNL file where all the shows are filed at, it's on the web or the homepage there. It can just be a catastrophe mess when you're trying to figure things out on the spot. And anyway, if you were on the show, you all saw it. What we got going on? Well, it's 90-some degrees out. The rain's coming through on the afternoon. That's pretty typical this time of year. During the rainy season, we get rain in the afternoon. And wind's blowing pretty good. That's why I was really hesitant about even going out front. But in the back, the house, the direction the wind's coming from is from Tampa this way. So in my backyard, I'm kind of protected a little from the wind. So I thought, well, I'll do back porch setting, right? I thought that seems cool. And you're not going to see much back there except a lot of palm trees and hedges and greenery. That's what you're going to see, is a lot of greenery. But then when my iPad was dead, I don't know. Let me see. See if it's getting any charge. See, and that's the weird thing. It's been plugged in now for probably about 10 minutes, and it still says it's only got 1% battery, which is weird to me. And if I unplug it, it doesn't seem to be making any difference. Plug it back in. When I plug it back in, everything lights up brighter, like it's getting juice. But it's still 1%. I don't know. I don't know, man. You know how this electronic stuff is. Today it works, tomorrow it don't. So, Jose says relaunching that WNL was a lot of fun. Might have been a lot of fun for you. I know people tell me that when they said that's the funnest part of the show. Is that such a word, funnest? It's the funnest part of the show is when things go bad and I go crazy. I get red in the face. I'm all frustrated trying to figure this out. They say they're sitting at home laughing their ass off. Well, that's good. I don't mind that at all. But on my end of it, it's like, oh my God, what the heck's going on? I I'd never seen that before. I don't know what to do. Uh, Ricky P. I don't think I've seen him on here for a while. Glad you're back, buddy. Oh, by the way, yesterday we got an email from one of our long time subscribers and said, "Hey, what are you doing today?" Basically, and I said, "Hey, nothing, just doing what I always do. I'm in the studio messing around." He said, "You want to meet for lunch somewhere?" I said, "Heck yeah, why not?" So we went over to Bonifay yesterday. I haven't been to Bonifay for a long time. She said, "I understand Evans Prairie is your favorite place." Well, it is, but it isn't. It ain't anymore because BK Foods, they don't change nothing anymore. I don't know. Everything's blamed on COVID. I don't get it, but the menu's always the same. It never changes. It's the same old, same old, same old. And I'm just sick of it. I'm tired of it, you know. And last time I was there, I made mention to the manager. It's a new manager, by the way. And he said, "Yeah, they've had some complaints." I said, "We're working on a new menu." He said, "We hope to have it done soon." Well, that was 2 months ago. And last I was over there, it's still the same. And I'm just tired of it. So we went to Bonifay. So let's try Bonifay. I ain't been there in a while. The last time I went to Bonifay, it was like, if I had to rate it, 1 being the worst, 10 being the best, I would give it about a 6. And I wasn't real impressed with it. Service was kind of slow. The food to me was blasé, and you know. So we go over there, and we sat inside because it was very hot outside. And the place was like half empty, if not 3/4 empty. I should have told you something, but went at a kind of an oddball time. We went at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and I really like having lunch really between 1 and 2 because that's usually when the lunch crowd's really gone, and it's before the dinner crowd. You get where I'm going here, right? So we go in there, and it's kind of like, I'll say at least half empty. So we sit down at the table and we're kind of talking, and I got my beer and we did our orders and all this and that. And I just got a simple thing for lunch. They said they had a burger and a beer special that day, a double burger, double stack of burger, which generally I don't get, but it's on sale. I got a double stack of burger, cheeseburger with fries and a beer for $12.95. I said, that sounds good. That's a special. My mind says, how can you screw up a burger? Right? And most of them down here don't ask you how you want it done. They're just going to get it well done. They don't ask, and that's fine with me. So they finally bring it. As soon as I picked the burger up, as soon as I picked it up, one of my big complaints about sandwiches is staring me right in the face. The bottom part of the bun is completely grease soaked. It's like spongy bread. I can't stand that. So I'm just kind of whittling my way through this thing. Fries are okay. Beer was okay. Hamburger, not so much. And the more of the hamburger I ate, the worse it got. Inside was greasy. Toward the center, inside was red. I didn't even eat all of it. And I even made a statement at the table. I hope the people didn't think I was being some kind of a grouch. But I said, that's got to be the worst hamburger I've ever had. And, so I let it go at that. And anyway, they bought lunch, and I appreciate it. They didn't have to at all, but I do appreciate it. That's fine. So they had a lot of questions about the villages. We tried to answer them the best we could. Sue was with me. So a lot of it was medical questions here, about Medicare and insurance in Florida and doctors, and that's is probably top on most people's lists about coming down here. And if it's not top on their list, it probably should be. Is the village's healthcare system any different or better than outside the villages? Which we're good people to ask that because I am in the village's health system. That's all I've ever done. The 8 years I've been here so far. And Sue is not. She's on the outside, looking in. And so she could answer that question. I could answer my side of it. And then they can take that information and whittle it around a little bit and see what they come up with. But we had a great time, great conversation. I have a tendency that when I get with people that's fun to be with, I blabber a lot. Sue tells me this all the time. She says, "You're going to have to shut up. These people got things to do." I talk all day. Well, I'm retired. I got nothing else to do. And we probably talk to them for 3 hours and drinking beers and just talking. And every time I meet somebody, I think that's what happens. I have a tendency to blabber on, and 3 hours later, they're probably wishing, I wish this guy'd shut up so we could go. So, I don't know. Maybe I need to stop this meet and greet thing because I talk too much. But I just enjoy it. I really do. And especially these people because they've been followers of ours for from like almost the very beginning. I see their names on the WNL show constantly. I see their emails on here a lot. And so when I see this and I get a chance to meet those people that I've been chatting with for 6 or 7 years, sure, I want to see them. I want to meet them. I want to put a name to a face, And I think they found out real quick that what you see here is what you get. I don't put on an act. I don't get on YouTube and play a character. This is it. I hope they had a good time. Oh gosh, let me get on here and see what we got going. I keep hearing stuff outside. You guys can't hear it because I'm in here and I got the gate on. See, that's the thing I like about outside with the iPad. I can turn it around and show you things, and in here I really can't do that. So anyway, thunder. I think that's what that is. A lot of thunder. Oh, where are we at? Sue's gone. I heard somebody ask about Sue. Sue's gone. The lady that husband passed away and she's getting ready to move into an assisted living called and wanted to take Sue out to lunch. That's what they're saying. Who knows what else they're going to do. And so Sue came in a while ago and she said, I'm going to go with Tanya. I'm going to go have some lunch and I'll be back later. That's what I got. I have no idea what later means. But I think for those of you that maybe was kind of curious, she could not get into the assisted living place she wanted to go to because it's full. So I believe she's on a waiting list. But in the meantime, there's another place that might be the Village's place up here, and I forget what it's called, where one part of the place is actually small apartments. And in order to live in there, you have to be able to take care of yourself. But there's a nurse on staff there. There's stuff there to take care of you. It's kind of like, it's not like assisted living, but it's kind of like there's help there if you need it. You know what I mean? Or like 1-bedroom apartments. I think that's where she's at. And she's going to be there until an opening comes to this other place. Then she'll move over there. I could be wrong about this because there's also another place up by Spanish Springs. And I know that her and Tanya went up Spanish Springs the other day. And I don't know if it's assisted living or not. It's been there forever. It's a really nice place. They have indoor parking for the cars and golf carts. Has total golf cart access to everything in the Villages if you want to go anywhere. I can't think of the name of the darn place. Like I say, it's been there forever. It's right there behind the hospital. So it's in a good location if you need help. Maybe that's where she's trying to go, and there isn't any assistance there or any openings there right now. These are the things that happen down here when you're in a retirement area. When you need to go to assisted living, they're full because it ain't just us. I mean, all these places are open to anybody else. So, I mean, just food for thought. Okay, who was I talking to a while ago? Hey, Tammy Ferguson, and Janice Keller, Jim Weber, Ann O from Indiana. What part of Indiana? I lived all over Indiana. See, I owned homes in the Fort Wayne area, Hartford City area, Anderson, Indiana area, Pendleton, Indiana area. Owned 2 or 3 there. And I think I finally ended up kind of in Brownsburg once on a farm area. And then we moved into Brownsburg countryside. And I stayed there until I retired from UPS, and then we moved from there to here. So I've been from one end of Indiana to the other, I believe. There might be a one or two homes in there that I missed. We owned a lot of homes. Our thing when we were younger that me and Sue did, at the time it seemed like common sense. I had never heard of the word flipper. I didn't know what that even was. We were just working people, working stiffs. And so if we could make an extra buck doing something, pretty much if we could, we just did. You know, like babysitting on the weekends to make a few extra bucks at the time. And I did weekend work like concrete work or reshingling a house or something like that with a friend of mine. We just did all kinds of stuff to make extra money because when you have kids and you're young, you need it. So, yeah, I kind of lived everywhere. So we would buy houses, and our deal was we would buy a house that needed upgrading. I did not want to get into remodeling. Remodeling could be anything from knocking out walls to adding walls to ripping out the interior of the house to put up new drywall. You know what I'm saying? Like old farmhouses, they had the I can't remember the name of it now, but anyway, they had the anyway, but they put literally concrete on the wall that would crack and whatever. You have to tear all that out and put up. I didn't want to get into that. So we bought houses that severely needed upgrading. The carpeting was nasty. Linoleum in the kitchen was just old, nasty. The kitchen cabinets was 30 years old. That's what I looked for. And I didn't care if it needed a shingle roof or anything like that. That's all to me, that's all cosmetic. It's nothing structural. And so that's what we would do. We would buy these houses and we lived in them, and we would start taking them one room at a time. First room we would usually go after would be the master bedroom because that's where we're going to sleep. And of course the kids' rooms, we'd get them all ready to go. And they generally didn't take all that much. We could get them done almost immediately. And then after that would be the bathrooms. We would start there. And then we'd kind of work our way into whatever room was next. And after we did all that, we would originally we would get down to the kitchen. That's usually where the money's at. Because it took a while to decide how we wanted to do it. Change the design. Do we need to change the plumbing? Because I can't do that. I could, but I won't. I hire somebody to do that. Electrical work, I could do some of that, but I did most of it. I would hire it out for insurance reasons and things like that. Once we got the house done, 2, 3, 4 years later, there was no time limit here. We had to live somewhere. We're living there. Then when the house was done and we would see something else that was kind of on our checkbox list, we'd say, oh, there's one over there. And I think I could get that at a good price, and the neighborhood and the schools and blah, blah, blah. And we kind of like that. We would talk about it and we would put an offer in on it back in the day when you could have a contingency. Today it's really hard, especially if the villages forget contingencies. You almost forget it. And I'd say, look, I'd like to have that. You know, here's some money down on this. If I back out within the next 90 days, you can keep the down payment. Back then, $500. That's what I usually threw $500 in there. If I can't get my house sold 90 days, you can keep the $500. And in most cases, money talks. And so they would say, yeah. Well, we would sell our place. I'd make sure we would get it sold in 90 days. And we might take our profit and we would roll that over into the new house, all of it. We didn't keep any of it. But the problem when you do that rollover like that on profits, you have to keep buying bigger and bigger and more expensive and more expensive. If your profits get bigger, you just can't keep rolling it over into cheap houses, because eventually you're gonna have to pay capital gains here because you've got more money than what that house is worth. And so that's what we did. And the last house we had was like a 5-bedroom, 3 stories tall. I mean, and we remodeled it. We started in the basement and just worked our way up. And then we sold that house and we went to Brownsburg and we bought that place down there, never with the intention of really selling that house. I always felt like that's going to be the last one until I retire. And that's where I took some of my profits that we had made over the years. We bought our first house down here in the Villages, along with some of the money out of the 401k, and I just paid cash for it. And then I knew at that point I was pretty well done. But as we lived there, we did do a lot of upgrading. We took all the carpet out of the house. We put hardwood floors in through the whole house, and the cabinetry in the kitchen was redone. The flooring was, you lived there, so you're just going to do this stuff anyway. Well, when we got ready to sell the house, and we called the real estate lady we knew, and by the way, she's one of the best real estate people that I have ever met in my life. She came in, and I told her straight out. I said, I got a paper out there in the kitchen on the bar, and it's got a figure on it. I said, you tell me what you think you can sell this house for. I said, don't tell me what you think it's worth. You tell me what you think you can sell it for. Your figure's anywhere close to that figure out there on that piece of paper, I said, we got a deal. She walked around the house. She came right back. She said, you want to sell it quick or do you want to wait? I said, I'd like to sell it within 30 days if I can. I mean, it's no big deal. I got a house in Florida, but I'm going to retire and I want to leave. I don't want to spend a winter here. And because this was summer at this point. So I don't want to spend another winter here. And she said, okay. She said, let's go for a quick sale. And she threw out a price. And it was really amazing because the price she threw out is the exact same price I had on that paper in the kitchen. She laughed. I laughed. We went out and had some lunch. I signed some papers. She had an open house like 2 days later. And I told her, I said, you have an open house. I says, and don't worry about hurting my feelings. You give me a list of what I really need to take care of to get this thing sold. Because there's always stuff to do, right? But I think we done a really good job. We had a brand new roof on this whole house. We had brand new everything on the roof. We had a fireplace in the house, a gas fireplace that worked perfect. We had all new flooring. We had triple pane, not double pane. We had all the windows in the house changed to triple pane, maintenance free. That was high dollar. Everything I thought was done pretty well. So open house. And I went in and she called me. She said, okay, you guys can come back now. Cause they want you to leave. Right. So we go down to Applebee's to have some lunch and she calls up. She said, you can come back now. She said, I left you a honey-do list on the counter. I said, okay. So I went in there. I couldn't believe it. The people was nitpicking about some of these things. But I did it. One of them was this, that she thought my bushes need to be trimmed out front. Okay, I can trim the bushes, but mine says, what the hell does that have to do with buying a house? I thought you're looking at a house. And I guess maybe when a guy looks at a house, we're looking at one thing and the women are looking at something else. Because guys are looking at cracks in the ceiling, cracks around the doorway, is the floors level? I mean, that's what we're looking at. And I guess girls or women are looking at other things, pretty things. I don't know. So, okay, I could trim the bush out front. And it was one bush, by the way, one. It's one of the bushes that comes up to a point like that, and it should have been trimmed a long time ago and I just didn't do it. But anyway, that was it. Another one was, because it happened to be raining that day, she had open house. On one of my gutters on the very corner of the house where the two gutters back in the day where they would cut them like that to go together and then they riveted them together. They didn't have seamless gutters back in the day, but they riveted them together and then they put some kind of sealer in there. It was dripping. And I knew that. It's been dripping for a long time, but I didn't worry about their aluminum gutters. They're not going to rust. And she said somebody noticed it dripping. She was concerned about that. Okay, I can take care of that. What else was it? There was some other stupid little thing that didn't amount to nothing. I can't remember. But anyway, I said, okay. So anyway, next day I got up and then I went outside and I swear to you, probably within an hour, I fixed all that stuff she left on the honey-do list. I called her up. I said, okay, I did all that. I can't believe that people are nitpicking over that. But I said, okay, I did all that. I said, she said, we're going to have another open house this weekend. I said, should I mow the grass so somebody doesn't complain about the grass? She laughed. She said, well, now she bring it up. She said, a good looking lawn, she said, always helps. I said, okay. So right before open house, I got the tractor out and I went out and mowed the grass, make it look pretty, make sure my lines were nice and straight. Cause I had an acre yard. So make sure the lines were nice and straight, and things like that. And it was weird. I mean, I guess I could never be a realtor, but it was weird. She called me up. We went out to have lunch again, probably down at Applebee's. That was my favorite place at that time. And she said, okay. She said, I need to come back now. She said, I got some offers for you. I said, all right. So I go back home thinking, yeah, I wonder how bad people are going to try to, knock me down. And she said, I think you're going to like it. I said, what are they? She said, well, I've got 3 full price cash offers. He said, you can pick the one you want or just take the first one. I said, I don't care. I said, let's be fair. Take the first one, whoever the first person was. And she said, so you're willing to sell at that price or you want to hold out for more? I said, no, I'm not going to play an auction game. I'm not in the business to auction off houses. I said, if I could get this price out of the house, I'd sell it. You got it. We're going to sell it. And she said, well, that's good. And so we sold it. And that was the end of that. And Sue and I's went our whole life and done that. And that's really, I sometimes think we missed our calling. What the hell are we doing working for a living? I think we could have fixed up houses and made a hell of a lot more money than what we did working for the man. Oh, by the way, real quick, anybody on here that's watching this, and thank you for watching if you are, I'm going to post a video probably today on Patreon only. It's some kind of behind the scenes of trying to get ready for W Now. And this one, I kind of got a kick out of it. I have to still get a systems check on this month's guest. I sent him an email 2 days ago, and I haven't heard back from him yet. This is what makes me nervous when I start getting close to the show, and these people don't get back with me. And I kind of get a little nervous about that. But I'm sure he will. I want to do a systems check there. Linda sent me an email saying, I think we need to do a system check on me, because she's back in California. Come Wednesday, she may be at the mountain home. And if she's at the mountain home, the Wi-Fi up there is really shaky. So I said, okay. So she sent me a thing when she was up there and says, call me. So I did. And we did a systems check, and it really wasn't good. So I told her, I said, I'm going to record this. So I'm going to post maybe a little bit of this. She said, don't you post this on YouTube? I said, I'm not. I said, but I may post it on Patreon. Yeah. So anyway, you'll see a little bit of what's going on with her getting ready for W Now. And I'll put that on Patreon probably sometime today when I get done here. You might get a kick out of it. Jim Weber says, hello all. Janice Keller says, hi. Tammy Ferguson, hello. Lily Grams, hello. Kevin K, hello. Starting a little bit later today. Yeah, I've always said, Kevin, just so you know, and everybody else that might be new on here knows, this porch setting thing started by just a random thing that I did once, and everybody seemed to like it, and I just kept doing it. And I always said, somebody says, what time are you going to start these on Wednesday? And I said then, and I've said it 2 or 3 times since then, I'm never going to put a time on it. I don't want to be locked in on a specific time because then if things are going on, I'm obligated to do something at a certain time, and I may not be able to do it exactly at that time because I got videos I got to do. I got sometimes meet and greets I got to do. I may be out in the RV. I doubt it with this kind of gas prices, but I might be out in the RV. I just don't want to be locked in. So I always said noonish. That ish could be a long ish. And today I know I don't even know what time I started, 1 o'clock, give or take. I don't know. So yeah, that's just the way it is. Do I think the lizard will visit today? Are you kidding? I looked out the door a while ago to see if I could even go out there to get set up for W Now. Porch setting. And he was sitting out here on a rock. I swear to you, I don't know what kind of lizard this is. It's a gecko, really. They got like 6 different types of geckos in the state of Florida, and only one of them is a natural species, a Florida species. The rest of them are invasive. They're pet stores. Kids got them, mom and dad's got them. They escaped from the house. They turned them loose or whatever, and then they survived. And that's what Florida's full of now, is all them geckos. Most of them are invasive species. There's only one native species, and the one native species is green. It's I want to say an anode. You could Google it, and it's got a long pointy nose, and you very seldom see one. I saw one here in 8 years. I've seen one, because the invasive species will either kill them or run them out. And it's a shame, because We used to call them chameleons as a kid, the ones that would turn green and then turn brown wherever it was at. Believe it or not, I believe that's the natural species for the state of Florida. And now they're like, you don't even hardly find them anymore. But he's out there, and I swear to God, I don't know if you can get it on my fingers here, anywhere where I'm talking about. This long, not including the tail. He's this long, and his body is as big around as my thumb. And I know this is bad, but he's eating well. I don't know what he's eating. I don't even know how old this thing is. Usually these things don't live this old because the birds get them or the snakes get them. But this old boy's been around for a while. So that's why I leave him alone. I mean, they got a hard enough life running away from snakes and birds trying to eat them. I mean, I'm not going to cause them any more problems. By the way, does this mic sound okay? I've been doing audio changes on stuff, and anyway, in my headphones it sounds one way, but with you it may sound a different way. By the way, if I can make any recommendations to anybody that watches WNL or any show we got on your TV set, if you don't have very good speakers on your TV, which most TVs that hang on the wall don't have, so you buy sound bars and things, and even with those, some sound bars are better than others. But if you don't have, please, I'll tell you what, I've had 2 of them now, and I just can't hardly live without them anymore. Get yourself a good set of headsets for your TV set. You can get them wireless. I've got wireless. They're not that much. The ones I got over here, the batteries, when you charge it, they'll last for like 24 hours. So you can watch TV all day long. You ain't got to worry about the battery going dead. But because of the way they're set up with the bass and the treble and all this and that, and you got the adjustments on the side and everything, the sound quality of your TV and everything is so much better. It's unbelievable. And if you're half deaf like I am, and you have to turn the TV up to number 50 so you can hear the darn thing and understand what they're saying, your wife will thank you. My TV is down to 0. I never turn the TV up. It's all in my headset. And I listen to the intro. I'm trying to get all this stuff really good, the best that I can. And then when I turn the TV up and turn the speakers off, I listen to my intro on the TV. On the TV, the intro sounds really kind of, geez, that don't even sound good. In my headset, it sounds fantastic. So, and on here, it sounds fantastic. On the TV, it don't. So if you don't have a set, good God, go to Amazon. $49.95 I paid for these things. This is the second set of these I've had. The first set lasted me about 3 years. They still work, by the way. But what happens, the padding around the ears, not these are audio quality. This padding right here on those, I'll be honest with you, the glue that they use to put that around there must not be very good, or maybe I used the hell out of them, I don't know, but it starts to come loose. But they still work, but I don't want to mess around with trying to glue them back together and stuff when only $49.95 buys me a brand new set because they still have them. I just got another new set. And actually, I'll probably order a third set just in case these go bad, because eventually they will. And then I got another set. But God, get a set. You won't regret it. Do. Where are we at? Cindy Rowland. Hey, where's the porch? It's outside. I know. I'm sorry. It's this iPad. I can't figure it out. Let me see what it's doing now. See, it still says 1%, and it's been plugged in since I started talking all this time. It still says 1%. I don't know, man. I think my iPad battery just took a crap, is what I think. And if that's the case, that means I'll have to get another one, I think. God, I hate to think about that. That's how much is a good iPad nowadays? $300 or $400? Whew, man. Anyway, Lilligram, Cindy KM. Skip and chat. Yeah, that's me. Jose said, hola. Jerry Bell, hey y'all. By the way, when I started, I had it. Somebody said, Cam said you're fine with the camera. This is the camera I use on WN. Matter of fact, this is the new one that I just got for our last show, because it's actually the same camera that I've had for the other shows. But the problem that you run into these when you do a live show, if you put it on automatic focus on the other camera, that's not, well, anyway, you see the little squares that go around my head for automatic focus. I can't use automatic focus on that other camera because it doesn't have what's called a clean HDMI hookup. So I got to turn it on manual focus to make these lines go away. And then I got to reach up here all the time, and I'm focusing it on my face. Well, as soon as I move this way or that away or whatever, everything's out of focus for a while. And I've watched the quality of it on YouTube myself, and it just, I don't know, man, it just got on my nerves. This one is actually the exact same camera as the other one, but this is the new model that came out. It's got clean HDMI. You guys can't see it. But when I look up at the camera, it's got a flip out screen. When I look up at the camera, I see the square around my eye and my face. It actually focuses on the pupil of my eye to keep the focus good. But you don't see it on the screen here live. The little squares, you don't see them. And that's what I was after. So what I've done is I took the other camera and I took it out in the kitchen where Sue did the show last month, and I got it set up out there, and I told her I'm going to try to leave it set up all the time out there. We never use that table anyway. Leave it set up all the time out there for her. And then I set the manual focus on her because she very seldom moves. She just sits in a chair, and watches it. So she doesn't hardly move. I still think I got some adjustments I got to make. Things didn't look exactly right. But anyway, I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to work with it that way and see how things go. Oh, the other camera. Let me see. Got to go down here to set. Wait a minute. Is this it? Yeah. Hold on a minute. There's the other camera. There. And I don't know. This camera's got too much widescreen, and I can't adjust it. It shows too much to me, and I think it's a little too bright. Now, I could probably change the brightness, but it shows too much this and too much this. I mean, good Lord. That's what I'm looking at, is all that. And then the other thing is, notice the background back there where my dicky birds are at. See how clear everything is back there? I don't like that. I like for all that back there, all this back here to be a little blurry. It's called background blur. And too much of this. See all this rod here? I don't like that. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I just don't care for it. I like that. Background blur. You're focused on a little small area. Signs up here in the corner. So I can adjust this just a little bit if I want to get it just where I want it, like that. Yeah, maybe I need to clean the room up a little bit. I don't know. But to me, this looks better. Okay. Grandpa said you sound like you just got up. I did not too long ago, man. As I said, this is my second cup of coffee. Yeah, this house here was around the corner. I think I showed this before. Yeah. Focus. There it is. Down the road, we're at 3422 Earl Street, 424. And I guess there's the real estate agent handling it right there, and his phone number. You guys can pause this if you're interested. No, I don't work for him. I'm not even sure who the owner is. I think I know who the owner is, but I'm not 100% sure. So anyway, it's a nice home. It's around the corner. And I mean, my opinion, just my opinion, anywhere in this area right here, Hillsboro, what is that across the street? Dunedin, and Lake Deaton. There's some other areas here. You have to Google it out. I don't even, all these villages got all these names. Fernandino. village of Charlotte, I think. All these areas around here. In my opinion, if you like golf and you like to be within, say, a 10-minute golf cart ride, give or take, to get down to a major square, all that kind of thing, this is it. This is the area. Barbara says, think we're hotter in Florida right now. I was watching the news last night and they were talking about a heat wave coming down to the center of the country, all the way down to Texas, all the way over to Minnesota, no, to Louisiana, and then all the way back up to like Wisconsin or Minnesota or some damn place. And they're talking about all these today, I think it was, all these record setting heat waves coming through each one of them for life. Since they started keeping records, they're having record. And it was remarkable when I was watching it. And they were talking about some of these towns, they're going to hit 107 today. And these are towns that you would never think was going to get that hot. So, and then I'm looking at Florida, and that's the same thing I thought last night. We're like going to be in the 90s or something. I'm looking at that going, oh my God, we're the cool spot now. I mean, really? And there's something weird about that. I mean, it always gets hot in the summer. I know. I mean, in Indiana, I know that it gets in the 90s in Indiana like it does here. I know. But man, it just seems like this heat is a bit much. And then when you put that with all the wildfires out west, which they've always had, but it seems like they're more now. And especially when you top it off with Lake Mead, what's happening there, that's not right. I don't believe that's ever happened up there. And all the excuses in the world that they keep using for that, my mind says they've always done that. They talk about, well, they're using more water for agriculture. My mind says they've always done that. I mean, they keep coming up with stuff that they've always done. So I don't think that's the problem either. I don't know what the problem is other than the heat, but they say, well, Vegas uses a lot of water. They always have, and it's never went down. So I don't think that's the major problems. There's something else going on. Hey, Joy, I see you on here. Thanks for joining my YouTube memberships. I appreciate that. Not much, I know, but I'll tell you what, every little bit helps when it comes to giving away prizes and stuff like that. By the way, where's that? I'm going to give something away at the end of this. I do this once in a while. Dang it. I think I took it outside getting ready for porch setting, and I think it's out there. Crap. You know what? I may have to run out there to get it so I can show you, or maybe I can just tell you. I don't know. I'll let you know at the end of this when we decide to end this. God. Laura says, I normally can't work from home on Wednesday to watch Porch Settin, but my office has had a few cases of COVID. We're getting them down here too. Actually, the cases are growing. I just haven't talked about it because I don't think it's a serious problem with this one. I don't think. I haven't heard about any deaths or anything like that. But apparently it's gosh, I don't want to get into the argument thing, but apparently if you haven't had your shots, haven't had your booster, this one is very easily caught. Some people are getting it and getting over it and didn't realize they even had it. I mean, that's what I hear a lot. So she's got cataract surgery next week and she doesn't want to get exposed before surgery. Well, I don't blame you. Just do what you can do to protect yourself. I mean, that's all you can do, right? Well, you have to wear the mask if you get out in public. If I was going to do what you're going to do, I would definitely go get the good mask, not the Kmart specials. I would definitely pay for the good one, and I forget what it's called. You guys know M99 or something like that, and just get it. And I'd wear it anywhere in public, anywhere. Whether people like it or don't like it doesn't care. That's what I would do. And I would wear it at the doctor's office, and I would only take it off when I got back in the surgery area, if you have to. Um, that's all you can do, right? I don't know where you live. Where you say kind of hot. Oh, apparently she lives around the Chicago area. Sue had cataract surgery, as you know, here, both eyes, one week, the other one the next week. And here, I'm trying to think. See that some of the doctor's offices have requirements. You can't go in without a mask, and then some of them don't. Trying to think on hers. Did she have to wear one in there? I don't know, but I can tell you I didn't go in. I sat at all the doctor's offices here in this retirement community. They have great porches out front with rocking chairs and seats and everything for old people to sit on. That would be me. So I'm usually sitting out in the porch watching people and playing with my phone and waiting for Sue to come out. But they call you. They'll come out and say, Sue will be done in 10 minutes. So if you want to pull your car up. So I get the car and bring it up front and just wait, and that's how it's done here. And took her home, and then she stayed around here. She didn't do anything that week. And then we took her back the next week and had that eye done, brought her back here. And I think she didn't do anything that week while she was healing. And then she had to go down to the hospital or eye clinic or something down at Brownwood's hospital down here. And I didn't go in there either. And then she went in and I dropped her off the door. She went in, I parked, she called me, I picked her up, we come home. And that's the way most of it's done. And they said everything was fine. Something about the pressure on her eye was normal again and everything was fine. And then after that, she started going out again with the girls, to lunch and things like that. So, and she'll tell you, if she's on WNL, you can ask her. She'll tell you that everything went according to what the doctor said, and it was easy peasy and in, out, done, and she has nothing but good things to say about it. Well, Graham says starting to thunder and lightning a little bit. Yeah, I can hear it out there. Um, the plantation shutters in here is all shut except that one corner over there, and I can't really see a whole lot. But yeah, I could hear. That's what I was saying a while ago. I got the gate on. I keep hearing things, but I know these guys can't hear because when I stop talking, I don't know if you guys can hear it. Listen close. You can hear, and then it goes away. Yeah, that's the gate cutting all the background noise out, so you guys can't hear it. Yeah, well, I generally, Jerry, on my dicky birds back there, I generally don't start them up. When you see them things rocking, that's usually when the WNL show's going. And I've kind of got it in my head that that's what I'm going to do. Unless it's WNL, the dicky birds are not going to work. When the WNL show is running, the dicky birds will be a rocking. So that's what I'm going to do. I've even thought about getting an on-air sign like a radio station has as on air and it lights up. I even thought about moving these shelves a little bit because I got some more of them and putting in. If I stay here on my desk, putting it up here somewhere because there's a plug behind this chair. Maybe I get one that's runs on battery. I don't know, to where I can turn it on during WNL where it says on air, and use that only for WNL. I don't know. I just keep thinking about stuff. Maybe it's just me. Everybody else probably thinks it's stupid, but I just keep thinking. Or Lamp says, I had right eye cataract surgery last week and then next week left eye surgery. You'll be fine, Laura. I mean, Sue was fine and everything, but I can understand being nervous about it because I got cataracts too, but mine are not bad enough yet to worry about. I know I'm going to have to do it sooner or later. I got to tell you, the thought of somebody you know, I don't know what they do. My mind says they're gonna do surgical operation in my eyeball. There's just something about that that goes, "Whoa." I don't know. Are they going to put me to sleep to do this? Oh, God, I don't know. It would make me nervous. John says overheating may have affected it. You mean my iPad? You're right. It may have because it shut off twice. It got so hot. Uh, I hate to think that it's dead. I'm not ready to spend another $300 or $400, to do some of this stuff. Let me look once again. Oh, we're up to 2%. I guess we'll have to wait and see. We're up to 2%. So I don't know. Maybe we're okay. I don't know. I'm going to shut it off. I'll leave it over and let it charge. Maybe it's one of them batteries that it just takes forever to charge. I don't know that. But gosh, we'll see. I hate it because it's always been a good one. I mean, the battery charges in there with nothing else. I've done 2-hour porch settings out there on that thing with no extra battery, and it usually around 2 hours is when it tells me that your battery's getting low, and that's usually when I try to end everything. I know it's not, as far as camera goes and as far as audio goes, it's not perfect, but hey, it is what it is. I mean, I'm sitting outside and I got this thing going, and that's as good as it's going to get because I'm not dragging cameras out there and microphones out there. And I know there's a lot of wireless stuff you can buy for this and all that, but eventually I got to stop spending all this money. This stuff ain't cheap. And when you talk about buying something that's cheap, you know what? That's usually because it's crap. It's cheap. I've got wireless setups for these cameras that I got for doing videos around the villages. They're older now because I bought these things like 2 and 3 years ago. And I think there's like $400 for the wireless stuff. You get 2 transmitters and 1 receiver, I believe it is. And yeah, and then with them, you got to have the lapel mics to go into each box. I mean, this is like professional crap for like a news reporter guy. And I don't really use them that much. I could, but I just don't. I was going to use them on my GoPro. It just seemed like it'd be an easier thing to do instead of having this big mic hanging above it. And then guess what? The GoPro 10 came out with a front and rear microphone, and it also has a front camera on it that I can see if I'm holding it like this, I can see myself to know that I'm framed right and all this and that. It's got a couple of flaws that I don't like, but all in all, this is a great camera. So there again, I got wireless mics I don't even use. And you say, well, I can use them out there on this. You would think, wouldn't you? No, because those wireless mic is a 3.5 millimeter plug into anything like a camera. And this iPad don't have a 3.5 millimeter plug. And I'm sure there might be some adapter I can buy. But you want to know what? I am so sick and tired of looking for this and looking for that and buying an adapter so this will work and that'll plug it. I'm tired of it. They better make them easy peasy or I'm just simply not going to buy this stuff anymore. I want the microphone that's on this camera. See, there's another thing I bought. I bought this special microphone for that police ride along. I'll never use this microphone probably for almost nothing else. I bought it just for this police ride along. There's a reason why I got that mic. It's a boom mic is what it is. And I haven't scheduled that police ride along yet, right, by the way. I'm not ready to do this yet. I got other things I got to get done. But I'm going to, and I just hope it's an active night. I really do. I don't want to see nobody go to jail. I really don't. But if they got to go to jail, I want to be there to record it. That sounds awful, doesn't it? Where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? I'm way behind. So if I haven't got to your question or anything yet, hang on. I'm getting there. See, I'm testing things at the same time I'm talking to you. You guys can't see, but I've got my other monitor on over here, and I popped out the chat from YouTube, and then I did away with YouTube over here, but I kept the chat, and I got the chat on this other monitor so I can blow the chat up big. Makes it easier to read from a distance, and I wanted to make sure that if I'd done it, that there didn't interfere with here, this, with lag or anything. And so far, it seems like it's working okay. No daily specials. I don't know what you mean, Barbara. I probably should know what you mean, but I just don't. Kathy B says it's going to be 97 in her town today. Woo. Yeah, it's hot all over, man. Hot all over. Makes you wonder, should we get prepared for something in the future? Seriously, should we? Because if it keeps getting hotter, that's going to be a bigger draw on our grids for more and more electricity for things like air conditioning, power outages. Should we buy generators? I don't know. Should we do it now while we can before everybody wants a generator, and then all of a sudden the generator's all of a sudden going to cost everybody $5,000 to get one? I don't know. Hi from Long Island. I know a lot of people from Long Island. I never really been to that area of New York, really, but Long Island must be a real popular place to live for some reason. I know I seem like every time I meet somebody, they're always kind of like from the Long Island area. Jim Reeves, how you doing, buddy? No lawnmowers today. No, not in here. Do you miss the lawnmower noise? Because what I can tell you, thought I heard a phone ringing. Let me look. Somebody calling me? Think so. Ooh, I do have a message. Wait a minute. Let me see who it's from. Might be from Linda saying, quit talking about me. Oh, it's from Craig, the Medicare expert. I'm trying to schedule him in. He usually wants, let's see. Craig says, Skip, my apologies for the delay in responding. I've been traveling. That's okay. Says, yes, confirmation for October's WNL. Thank you for the opportunity. I can cut a promo. When would you like it delivered? Oh, anytime, Craig. I don't care. So now that's how it works. He's let me know. October's guest is going to be the Medicare expert. And trust me when I tell you, he is definitely an expert when it comes to any kind of Medicare question that you may have, and when it comes to Florida insurance and what works good down here or what don't work good, or if you're going to be a snowbird and you're from this state and you want to come down here, what works really well between the two states? No, the sky's phenomenal. I wouldn't tell you that if it wasn't true. Even Linda had him come over to her house. Linda from WNL, right? The co-host. And she'll tell you the same thing. He told her things that she never knew and maybe never thought about. I don't know the whole story there, but he's phenomenal with information. He really is. He's the man. That's why I have him on the show when I can, because he's the man. Problem with him, and I'm not picking on anybody. We'll try to work around it somehow. Where he lives, he's got some of the lousiest internet connection. Cox, that's who it is. And I've been in areas in my RV where it was Cox. And I've never been anywhere where Cox didn't suck. That's not a pun. It just dawned on me. Sorry. And where he's at, the territory he's in, that's the only internet he can get is that. I don't know, man. So I don't know what we're going to do. I really don't. I don't know what we're going to do. I thought about having him come here and maybe, I don't know, instead of setting up here where he'll be in one room and we're in here and we'll have him as a guest like that. We've done that once before and I recorded it and it worked out okay. We'll see what we can do. I don't know. I got time to work on that. And maybe by then, I don't know, maybe he's get together with Elon Musk and buy one of them new $600 satellite dishes he's selling that don't work. Freedom Point. Thanks, Jose. That's the name of it, Freedom Point up there, and that's been there for a long time. And I think it's a very nice place. I think it's basically, once again, I don't know what you call it, where it's like a little apartment thing. You kind of take care of yourself, but they actually have things there that can help you out, that kind of thing. So she might be staying there temporarily till an opening in this other place she wants to go to. I don't know that either, but I know that they went to Spanish Springs for a couple of times. So I'm thinking, as far as I know, that's really the only kind of assisted living place. And I know I'm saying that wrong, but I think that's the only one up there. So I'm assuming maybe that's what's going on. I don't know. I probably should keep my mouth shut because I don't know. There's so much I don't know. I get emails once in a while from a guy saying, "Hey, tell us something you do know. We already know you don't know nothing else." I'm sorry. You know what I ought to do sometime as a show? I ought to record all the emails that I get and then do like a 5 or 6 minute show of these emails, the nasty emails I get. I never have because I don't see the point in it, but I get them. But truthfully, I don't get that many. I really don't. It sounds like you get a lot. If you get a lot, then there is a problem. I get like maybe one kind of a nasty email every 6 months. So I don't get that many. But when I do get them, I do take them to heart. Sometimes they hurt my feelings because, they don't know what goes on behind the scenes here. And after all that work, and this is what they got to say about it. And it's like, what am I doing? I do get that feeling. I can't help myself. I go, what am I doing? I work my ass off buying this stuff and get it out there. And then they say this, that whole video, this is what they got out of it. And I shake my head, and just wonder, what am I doing wrong? But I get over it. Ann O says she's from Richmond, Indiana, Richmond, Virginia. The village of Richmond. I don't know. Marie says, I'm from southern New Hampshire, and all the assisted living here have waiting lists. Wow. I guess that should tell everybody that if all the assisted living places have waiting lists for people to get in, here's a little thing that I learned years ago when a guy was teaching me how to buy stock and what stocks to get in. He said, whenever somebody has got stuff for sale and nobody can buy it because they're always sold out, he said, find out who makes that, and that's where you want to buy stock. So if all the assisted living places are full and there are waiting lists nationwide, find out what companies own these different assisted living places, and if they are open to the public, buy that stock. Rebecca says, very smart, Skip. I don't know what that's being very smart on. I forgot. But what, the houses when we bought? Oh, I don't know if it was smart. I'm not a super smart guy or anything. Sue's smarter than I am about stuff, finances and things. I can only tell you, it just seemed like a commonsensical thing to do. I mean, I knew how to do all this work. At one time, I was a master cabinet maker, so I know how to do that. And I had, like everybody here, we all talked about what we had. I had a huge wood shop. And so I could make anything I needed, anytime I needed. And I had the knowledge And I was younger and I had the physicality to be able to do things, climbing up and down ladders all day, bending over without the back going out, that stuff. So I knew how to do it. And I had a full time job, always had a full time job doing something. And so it was just something that I did on weekends. I never really remodeled a house all during the week. That's usually when I was working. But I might take an hour or two when I got home from work. And I'd done this once. I built a 3-car garage next to a house that didn't have a garage. And that was what's going to increase the value of this home tremendously, was this garage. And so I was building this 3-car garage. I got the garage all framed out and I got the siding on. It was all there, but I needed to shingle the roof. So we had the tar paper down and all that kind of stuff. So what I'd done was I put myself on a thing. The shingles was there on a trailer. I had my own trailer, so shingles was there on a trailer. And so every day I did 2 bundles before I went to bed. Every day. I come home from work, I went to the trailer, I grabbed 2 bundles of shingles and climbed the ladder, threw them down, and got my nailer out, and I did 2 bundles of shingles. And then I went down, took a shower, and had some breakfast or whatever, and I went to bed. Remember, I worked third. So, and I get up later in the afternoon, have dinner, watch TV, go to work. Got home from work, did the same thing, 2 bundles. And inside, and I can't remember how long, but I'll say inside of about, I'll say 2 weeks of doing that every day, I had the roof done. And it didn't take me about 2 hours a day of doing 2 bundles. I'm saying 2 hours, an hour a bundle, but I don't really know that. I don't remember. And so that's what I would do. I would do stuff like that. And then on the weekends is when I would take the trailer sometimes and go down to Muncie, Indiana. That's where I went a lot to buy stuff at Lowe's down there. And that's when I would buy stuff for what I'm going to do next week. I'd buy a trailer load of 2x4s, a trailer load of this, a trailer load of that, whatever it may be. The garage is up, right? So now that's my storage. I put everything in there. And I had my saws and my lathes and my stuff set up in there. And we would start working in the house and started in the basement and worked our way up. And I don't know, we've done that our whole life. Not exactly that way, but we've done that thing, did stuff like that our whole life. So whenever we went and looked at a house, we were looking at it with a different eye. And I never could compute that to what people look at in a house now. Because sometimes I hear some of the things that they don't like. To me, it's just stupid. It's just like you got no common sense. I've actually seen people walk away from what I would consider to be a good deal because she didn't like the color of the walls. So you kidding me? You're going to save $30,000 on this house and you don't like the color of the walls? Did painting a wall ever, that's the way I'm thinking. My mind doesn't work the way some people's minds work. And I'm not putting them down. They got a right to buy whatever they want anytime they want. But apparently money's not their bottom line, because money has always been my bottom line on most things growing up, because I always needed it. I always had things I had to get: kids, school, cars, furniture. I mean, I needed everything. And so if I could make an extra $30,000 by taking a house and living in it and fixing it up a little bit at a time, why would I not do that? I got to live somewhere. I'm living here. And it's not like we lived in dirt and filth. Don't get that out of your head. It was nothing like that. The houses were always neat. They were always clean, but they needed updating terribly. And so that's what we did. And we did very well. And sometimes I think we missed our calling. And just like here, I've been here 8 years. I'm not bragging. Trust me. And we've had a lot of help with COVID and stuff too. But in the 8 years we've been here, actually not even 8, it'll be 8 years this October. We've done some upgrades. I've kept all you guys updated. You've seen them all. There's videos of everything we've done in this house. And COVID helped. We have more than doubled our money on this house already. And it's hard for me as a working guy, a working stiff my whole life. It's hard for me not to sell this house. I have never owned a house in my life that I could sell and walk away with this much profit as I could on this house right now. And I've already been offered that. I've said, no, I'm not selling. I'm not selling. But I got to tell you, it's if you're a working stiff, it's just hard to say no to some of that stuff. I mean, where am I going to go anyway? Wrestler still taking a nap, Jerry says. I don't know. Is Wrestler on here? I'm sorry, Jerry. I'm so far behind on this stuff because I ramble so much. I don't know if he's on here or not, but if he's not on here, may I thank you as a moderator. And Marcia, who's on here? Jose, Marcia, and Jerry, I think. Well, there's WrestleMania. I'm over here on my YouTube thing over here. I'm looking at the StreamYard one here, and there's my YouTube over there. Yeah, Wrestler's on here. Jerry Bell's on here. My moderators are on here. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Without you, I don't know what I'd be doing here because by them moderators being there, you guys don't understand how this works. Those guys are looking for the troublemakers. And they know what they are. We've had chats. They know what I want to keep off this channel. And with them being there, then I can concentrate on this chat here and talk to you guys and answer your questions and rattle on about whatever. It takes all that nervousness away from me. They're taking care of it. And I trust them to do that. And that's what a moderator does. And I've always said, the more moderators, the better, because there's no guarantee that any of those guys could show up. Some of them, they got lives. WrestleMania works full time. So he comes and he goes when he can. And so the more moderators you have, the better, because every time you do something live, you can always depend on probably a handful of them to at least show up to help out. So, yeah. Anybody that's been on my channel for a long time, if I recognize your name, if you're interested in being a moderator, let me know, and we'll get it done. Okay, Tammy says, was it called sheetrock? You're talking about, no, on the old farmhouse that you're talking about, it was a lathing strip. And I don't know what they actually use. It looks like concrete, but on the old farmhouses, they'd put up the stud walls, and then they would put lathing strips all the way across these walls. This had to be labor consuming. I swear it did. But that's where they did all the old houses. And then they would cover it with like concrete. And the concrete would actually squeeze in between the spaces of the lathing strips, and that's what held it in place. And then they'd smooth it out the best they could. It was never perfect, but they did the best they could. And then if they didn't paint it, it was very common back then to wallpaper it, because wallpaper hid all the cracks. Concrete will crack. All concrete cracks. No concrete will not crack. I'm telling you, it all cracks. So the walls would crack, and they'd cover it with wallpaper. Well, if you're going to go remodel one of them houses, and really that's what you got to do is remodel it, there's little things you can do. I tried it. It doesn't work out well. And I just, they say, well, you can put drywall over top of that concrete and screw it in. But it doesn't work out well. It's just a matter of time. 5 years from now, things move, and it's just not good. You really need to take all that out. It's a really dirty, nasty job. And then start over with drywall and rebuild the whole thing. But, old farmhouses, they're not really on foundations either. Sometimes they set on top of stacked blocks. I've actually seen them setting part of the house with a big I-beam sitting on top of a tree that they cut down. And so that's why I say remodeling is not for me. That gets into some serious stuff, and I don't want to do it. I had one farmhouse that we tried to remodel, and that's some of the stuff we run into. Luckily, there was a guy that wanted to buy that farm, and because I wasn't done remodeling the house, because truthfully, it was just sucking me dry. And so I sold the farm. And I told him, I said, have it inspected. I said, I'm telling you right now, if you intend to remodel this house, it's going to get into some serious dough on the foundation. He said, yeah, I know about it. He said, I've done this before. He said, I said, okay, as long as you know. And he bought it. And we got our stuff and we moved on. And I swore then after that, I am never buying an old house to remodel ever again. And so that's where we decided updating is one thing, remodeling is another, and I'm not set up to do remodeling. Well, Jay, Biz, if you're was like me, I understand what you're saying, and that's fine. Says not me, I ride by, and if I see ugly, there's no stopping. First appearances are everything. That is not true. That's just an old saying. Like a curb appeal. That's true in some ways if you're going to sell the house. But if you're interested in flipping a house and making a buck or two, curb appeal means nothing to you. It's how you're looking. It's your perspective of what you're looking at. And there are ladies that will look at a house and go, "Oh God, I hate the color of that. Look at that. A yellow house with black gutters. Dude, that's awful." And that's it. They drive away. But if you go in depth, the house inside might be really nice. They're asking 30,000 less for this house than one just like it on the other side of town, and you're saying no because you don't like the black gutters. To me, I see opportunity there a lot, and those are the ones that I'm looking for. And then after I change those black gutters to a white gutter to match the yellow house to look nicer, then you're going to drive by again and go, "Oh, that's nice," and I'm going to get my $30,000 profit from you. Curb appeal does count, no doubt, when you're selling the house. But if you're buying the house to make a buck, curb appeal means nothing. That's the definition, I guess I'm trying. It's the eyes. What are you looking for? And as a buyer of homes to make a buck or two, the curb appeal didn't mean much to me at all. Retiring to Florida, first impressions. That's true. There's no doubt. If you're selling a house to a prospective buyer, first impressions mean everything. They do. There's no doubt. But if you're buying the house to make a buck, first impressions usually means let's look a little deeper into this. Nobody else is wanting to buy this house. Why is that? So we go in there and go, "Oh, look, the front of the house. No, the grass needs mowed. Bushes are overgrown. The garage door is coming off its hinge." To me, as a buyer, that's just cosmetic stuff. That's not a big thing. Let's get inside and see what we got. Let's crawl under the house and see how the foundation looks. Is the floors good and solid? Is the walls good and solid? I'm looking at the structure of the house to see if this place is fixer-uppable. Is that a word? Fixer-uppable? Joey says at least we'll get to see the behind the scenes of W Now. It's not actually the behind the scenes of W Now. The truth is, I meet all the guests or the girls and everything at least a half an hour before the show starts. 6:30 is when I tell everybody I'm going to send everybody an invitation. I have to send you an invitation to get you on the show, and it always goes to your email. That's how it works. And I bring them all along at 6:30, and we have this little chat. Well, I try to have this little chat, but the girls have a tendency to take over, and then I just like ignored about who our guest is. He doesn't want to talk about, well, like the chief. When we had the chief of police on, I said, the chief doesn't want to talk about this, so you guys don't bring that up. Moderators, if anybody on the chat brings up this question, ignore it. We're not going to talk about this subject. Or if somebody keeps bringing it up and gets nasty about it because we're not talking about it, then knock them off the channel because we're not going to talk about it, and that kind of stuff. So that's what that half hour is for. And then generally Judy is telling me, she said, "Okay, I sent you 6 pictures about this one now. I want to start with this one first. So I have to reorganize the pictures during that half an hour real quick to get them the way she wants to talk about them." And then I generally will have a talk with Linda saying, "Hey, Linda, for the first 15 minutes, if you don't mind, I want to discuss this, this, and this with you, if it's okay." Because I never know what's okay and what ain't okay. And she says, "Yeah, that's okay. That's okay." And I said, "Well, I got these pictures too that I got from you on my phone, and I'm gonna pop them up too." And then she'll laugh. I said, "Whoa!" She said, "Every time I send you a picture, I never know what you're going to do with that." I said, "Well, that's why I'm asking you if it's okay. If it's not, tell me now, and I'll just do it late, delete them. I won't bring them up." "No, it's okay." So that's what we do before the show, and then the show starts. So we try to do this, and then we have to go through all this rigmarole. We try to start the show, and I'm looking around going, "What the hell's going on? Did my internet just quit?" Dang it. So anyway, I had a systems check with Linda yesterday, and that's what's going to be on Patreon here in a little bit. After I done with this, I'll put it on Patreon. Of a little bit of you'll see some of the problems we try to straighten out before the show actually comes on. And if we can't straighten these problems out, and this has happened, if for some reason we cannot straighten these problems out at the last minute, whoever that person is may be excluded from the show because we just can't deal with this. And all of a sudden my mind goes into overtime. What am I going to do to fill in that space? I never have backup. I really don't. I mean, I got the show planned. The games are in place. The prizes are here. And then something happens where I got to do away with this person. And I don't know what I'm going to do with that space. And so that's where my rambling comes in. I just start making stuff up to talk about. Yeah, Joy, if you're a Patreon member, you'll see. Just like I say, sometime after this is over, I'm going to put it on Patreon. Speaking of gas prices, what's everyone paying these days? You know, truthfully, gringo, I don't know. I buy gas for my golf cart. Sue would know. She takes the car everywhere. But I've heard that, and the people I've heard from is from different places, which is not necessarily true here. In other words, gas prices in Chicago may not reflect what gas prices are here. But I've heard that our gas prices has went down a little. Like you hear different numbers from different people, but I've heard as much as 30 cents a gallon maybe went down. Am I correct about that, or I've been watching too much news? I don't know. I generally don't watch any news, but I do keep up with some things. I've heard our gas prices went down. Now here's the problem I have. I don't know where they were. If they was $4.59, they went down to $4.29. I'm thinking big deal. That's nothing. But if they was $4 and they went down to say $3.79, that's better. Even though I still say big deal. That ain't that's nothing. Just amazing to me is how expensive something can get. And then if it comes down 15 cents, all of a sudden that's a big deal. Maybe that's my cynical mind. J-Biz says his gas is $4. I don't know where J-Biz lives. I can't say. Barbara says, does it look like the Geico insurance one? I don't know what you mean, Barbara. Does what look like the Geico insurance one? Oh, I know what you're talking about. The gecko. Yeah. Well, it's just, if you remember as a kid going to the pet store and they always have these chameleons for $1. I've had 2 or 3 of them as a kid. And if it got on something brown, slowly but surely, it would just turn brown to try to blend in. If it got on a green plant inside the aquarium you had it in, it would slowly but surely turn green. And that's the native one. I'm pretty sure that's the native one here in Florida that now you very seldom ever see. And like I said, I've been here going on 8 years and I've seen one in my yard. And I've seen it once. I've not seen it again. Laura Lamb says Chicago 519. See, we're still being screwed. Greetings from Lynchburg, Tennessee. Lynchburg. I've been there. Trying to think. Why did I go to Lynchburg for? Gosh, too many years, too many miles. I've been to Lynchburg for something. Husband says $4 a gallon. So apparently here it's $4 a gallon. And I'm thinking to myself, where's the savings? 30 cents. Who cares? Kevin, 445 in Fort Wayne. Laura Lamb says $5.80 about 5 weeks ago. So if it came down 30 cents, big deal. They're down to $5.50. Ooh, let's cheer about that. What kind of headsets can I never hear TV, Janice? Janice, I'm telling you, they've got a lot of different ones out now, all different prices. I'd like to tell you that the higher priced ones are probably better. I don't know that because I never bought those $300 and $400 ones. Let me get it here. Hold on a minute. It comes with a charger, and it also has the thing here that plugs in the back of the TV. It's a charger and also the transmitter of the TV. You have to plug the things into audio and stuff. It's pretty easy. Let me see. Hold on. Here's the headset. This is the part of these that goes bad over a period of time. The spongy part here. This set here is only about 3 or 4 months old, so they're still good. After a while, this will start to flake, and then they just start to deteriorate. The headset will still work, but they just start to deteriorate. I just get another set. Now, down here so you can see it. Can you see the different dials and things that's on it? The volume. This is the volume knob here, and this down here. When you plug it in, you're not going to hear anything until, let me find it here, until you poke that button right here. Where's it at? That button right there. And I don't know exactly what that does other than just turn everything on, but you hit that button and somehow it syncs with the frequency on the TV, I guess, and then everything comes on. And once everything's on, and all the other buttons are self-explanatory. This is an off and on button over here on the other side, and then there's a volume button, and it's Sony, Sony. I don't really know. I have to get the box. I don't even know what the type are. They're like $49 on Amazon, and once things are charged up, when you hook them up, the light turns red, and when the light goes out, I usually hang them up when I go to bed, and by the next morning the light goes out. When it goes out, they're fully charged, and I wear them all day long, and I never shut them off. And midnight to night, they're still on. They still work. They're great. And then I'll hang them up because even when I'm not watching TV, I'll throw the headphones over here in my chair, and they're on. I never shut them off. And 12 hours later, they're still working. Everything's working. No problem at all. Like I say, Amazon's got them. Sony. I'm looking for a number here to give you. All right, gosh, I don't have one on here. Garnet. But they're not the most expensive type or anything like that. But I'm telling you, even these, $50 for these, and this is my second set. Man, I can't hardly be without headsets anymore to watch TV. I didn't know my TV sounded so good. Get them. You won't regret it. And don't buy those. I had those, and those don't last at all. If they take batteries, they don't. Those are crap. They're crap, and they get way too much money for them too. They're called RF frequency, I think it is. I had 2 of them, and they're crap. I had TV ears, which everybody raved about those TV ears. They sound pretty good. They almost look like a doctor's stethoscope, and they kind of hang down here, and then the volume stuff is right here. I had those. They do sound pretty good. But after about an hour of wearing them, the battery goes dead. They don't last very long. And with those things stuck in your ear, after a while, your ear starts to hurt. So don't get those either. I don't like them at all. These are very comfortable, no problem. And I hate to sound like a commercial, and I'm sure there's a lot of them out there that's probably better than these, but for $50, they're just, to me, it's watching TV and everything. It's just life changing for me. And I know Sue likes it because she don't have to listen to my TV being glaring loud. Hope you and Sue are doing well. Yep, we're doing fine. I think Sue just walked in. I think I heard her noise out in the kitchen. What kind of headsets? I don't know. And I don't know if I got the box. If I do, I'll try to let you know on WNL, I guess, because I usually keep boxes to everything. It's in the closet over here, and I don't know if I kept the closet or the boxes for these, though. Throw them away. I don't know. I showed them to you. Go to Amazon and see if you can find them. Because I don't know, I don't have the number first. Let me look on this thing over here. Well, there's no number on that transmitter thing, but I can tell you one thing: they're not made in China. How about that? They're made in Vietnam. Okay. What else we got? What else we got? Laura says she drives to work. It's like 50 miles round trip. Yeah, I know. And that's where you spend your money on gas, right? I know when Sue was working at RCA, we lived in Anderson, right on the edge of Anderson and Pendleton, and our kids went to Pendleton School. And priority to us back then was we did not want to take our kids out of Pendleton School. It was a great school in its time. Today, I'm not too sure, but back then it was like rated at like number 10 of all the high schools in the state of Indiana. It was a great school. I graduated from there. I know what it was. So we wanted to make sure that our kids could graduate from there. So no matter what we did, what house we bought, or anything else, we wanted to make sure we was always in that school district. And so Sue worked in Marion, Indiana. It was 50 miles one way. And she hardly ever missed a day's work, even in snowstorms and everything else. I mean, she went through it and came home, and that's what we did. So yeah, today with 100 miles a day at $5 gas, man, I don't know. Ann O says 429 in Richmond. See, I don't see where there's any deals here. I'm sorry. I just this whole gas thing just kind of irritates the hell out of me because there's no sense in it. No sense in it whatsoever. It's a blame game. Marie says her charging cord went bad on her iPad. Do you think that's well, I don't know. It said it went up to 2%. So I guess it's still working. And here's what I do. If it's shut off, like it's shut off now, and if I plug the charger into it, it will automatically turn on, which tells me that the charger must be working, right? Am I wrong? That's what I've always done. I don't know. I find out. If I have to get a new cord, I will. I just hate to buy a new cord to find out that the damn iPad's bad. Now I got two cords. Paul Dave said iPads are built to last a limited time. You have to buy a new one. That's probably true. And I'll tell you why I say that. I don't know if you can see it or not. Let me see. Let me move here. There. Yeah, see that? See that white thing laying right there? All the houses in the villages, the fire and carbon monoxide plate things are wired into the house. In other words, through the whole walls, it's all wired all through the house, through every one of them. And there's one in every room. Some rooms got two. It's good, but there's still a battery in each one of them. I think that operates the whistle that goes off, I think. But you got to have the battery. And I always wondered, if it's wired in, why do I need the battery? But you got to have the battery. Well, as I'm sitting here, this happened a week ago. We're sitting here, and Sue comes in here. I got the headphones on. When I got these headphones on, I hear nothing but what's here. And she comes in here, and I could tell by her look on her face, she's looking for something. So I took, off. Hey, what? What? She said, I keep hearing one of these a fire thing's going off. I saw it probably needs a battery. So I went out and got to walking around. It was one that was there by our bedroom. I thought, this is it. So I put a new battery in it, and it still did it. I just kept doing it. So I took it off the wall, and you push that button in to test the whistle, see if it goes off. Well, it wouldn't go off. It just kept making this chirping noise, just chirping. I kept messing with it, nothing. So I ordered a new one off Amazon. They're not cheap. They're like $45, $6, $7 a piece. So I ordered one. and I put a battery in it, and I plugged it in, put it back on the wall. And here, when you test it, if you hold the button on one, the fire alarm will go off, and then it'll go to the next room. That fire alarm will go off. It goes to each and every one of them in the house one at a time, and they all go off, showing that the system is working. They all went off. Everything's fine. So, okay, I guess that's what was bad. This thing's bad. Just went bad sitting here. Yesterday, I'm sitting in here, and I'm working here, and I kept hearing something. What the heck is that? It was the same noise I heard from the first one. It was this one here. It's in the bedroom next to me. So I pulled it off the wall and I'm playing with it. It's doing the exact same thing. So yesterday I ordered another new one, $46, $47, $48, and replaced that one. So that's telling me eventually, I'll bet you, unless I got two bad ones here, and I doubt it, that they all have a lifespan now, and each and every one of them is going to go off one at a time until I replace each and every one of them. You want to bet? You want to bet? Fisherman says, hi from South Carolina. Graham says her husband paid $3.80 a gallon in the Villages today. Okay, so I guess our gas prices here, probably depends on where you go, is down somewhere in the neighborhood of $3.80 a gallon. Still not ready to travel. $3.80 a gallon, I think, is too much. And if I traveled to Indiana, look at there. Looks like Indiana's $4.29. I got to come home. I'm not paying that. Fort Wayne's, what do you say up here? 445 or something like that in Fort Wayne. There it is, 445. Laura said hers is 580. So yeah, Chicago's 519. Nope, I'm not ready to travel. When I say travel, I'm talking about in the RV. I got that for traveling. I love traveling in that thing, and I'm not paying that. I have thought. Yeah, we usually go to Indiana at least once in the summer to visit old friends and see our grandkids and our kids. Well, the one boy we have lives in Fort Wayne. At least once a year, we go up there for a week or two. And I have seriously thought about taking this new car and going up there. Be better on gas, and then just rent hotel rooms. You know, I haven't done it yet, but it's in the back of my mind. How's the fundraiser going? You know, that's a good question. I wrote them down. Where's that? Hold on. I wrote them down. I got to write everything down, or I can't remember nothing. These are the for the shaving everything off. I assume that's what you're talking about. I'm going to do that the day after WNL, or right after the WNL show. I'm going to shave it off, do the video, and then I'm going to post it on my YouTube channel. But it's going to be private, and then I'm only going to send invitations to these people so they can actually see it. And so far, the ones that's paid the $50, and some paid more. I didn't ask for that, but I appreciate it. The $50 to see that video that I've got written down here, and I have to go back and check on my PayPal, see if there's been any more. I haven't checked for a couple days. You see here. Julie Hayes. No, I'm sorry. That's something else. Karen Voller, Krista Johnson, Stephen Wilborn, Cynthia Emitrano, Greg Moonhank. I'm sorry if I'm messing that up. I'm really not trying to do that. Moonhank, Mundhenk, Greg Moonhank. He sent us $100, so he'll get it. Francis Richard sent us $50, and I believe that's it. But there might Might be one or two more that I just haven't checked on PayPal yet. So those guys will get the invitation to see the video. I just make sure I have to have their emails. I'm pretty sure I do because I kept it on my phone. I kept all their emails. They usually send me an email saying, hey, I sent you this, I sent you that. And then I hang on to those emails. That's how I do it. I have to. Trish Annette, that's who we met. It just popped right up. Trish Annette's who we met yesterday and had lunch with her and her husband. They're great. They're great. A little update. I don't even know if I should do this, but I'm going to. And if they get mad, they'll yell at me and I'll hear about it. Carol, the lady we did the video on her sassafras home, she invited us over, said that I told her, well, here, I'm not going to read everything. It said here, says, as a FYI, I read a lot of comments on my video about removing the tile for a laminate. That floor is not tile. I don't know where people got that idea. And if I said that in the video, which I haven't really paid attention to that video right now, that's a mistake. It's not tile. That flooring I'm replacing is actually a very thin linoleum, dark brown, and marks chips very easy. Your viewers are correct. I don't know too many people that would remove tile for laminate, but I'm sure there are some. Oh, I'm sure there's a few of them. Trust me on that. But no, her floor is not tile. It's she said, a very thin laminate flooring that chips and tears, and she just don't want it. So she's going to have laminate put down, and that's when I said they'll probably just put it over top of the tile. They won't remove it. They won't remove. That's probably what I said, didn't I? They'll put it over top of the tile. So I just said it again. No, it's not tile. It's just a cheap laminate flooring they put down. So on top of that, I just sent her a little email. Oh, where else was it? She said that she called the home warranty people, I guess, or customer service. Those are the two main numbers you're going to want to do if you buy a new home. And apparently she got a hold of them. She did call Jim Stipes. And I've gotten a lot of comments about the wood stairs. People don't believe me about that. And they always make these snide comments. Here's how they do that. Oh, I noticed in the video you said that the wood stairs rots with the heat and everything, and you're recommending not to buy those. I wonder what happens to the roof joints in your house when that's made of wood. Is there some way of keeping those joists from rotting out? Just snide remarks. It's like I don't know what I'm talking about. So you do what you want. You buy the house, put them wood stairs in, and when you go up there someday and one of them steps breaks off and you fall down and you're in the hospital with a broken back, just remember I told you. But anyway, she called Stipes, and I had Jim do my gutters and donuts. I didn't know he did the donuts. So that's something he's added onto his business, but good for you. So he said he was the most reasonable I found on placing those donuts around the sprinklers. Not sure about the attic stairs yet, but you are correct. They only do the aluminum ones now. Most of these installers here have learned over the years, because of liability, they don't do the wood anymore. They quit because of what I'm telling you. So don't send me these snide remarks like you know something I don't know. Anyway, she got a hold of the customer service down there. They got a hold of the contractors, and she said they came right over like the next day and started fixing things. And they got her on the list of somebody to come over and wash her house too. So she's got the ball rolling. Just letting you know. So there's a reason why, we do some of those videos. It's just to enlighten you. These are some of the things, if you buy, that we're just pointing out. I'm not saying you have trouble with any of these things. You may not. We didn't here. Our house was like perfect. We had a couple of minor issues. We did the walkthrough. The contractor was with us, and he made notes of them. And the very next day, they came in, and they took care of the issues I had, and we've been happy ever since. So I'm not saying you have trouble. Sometimes I think people take my videos the wrong way. I'm just pointing out things to be aware of. And so, when people send me these emails saying, well, I don't believe that, we bought our house and we never had a problem with it. Well, good. You probably won't. But what if you do? That's what they're all about. The what if you do, then what do you do next? But the fundraiser, Cindy's, it's going. I don't know. I haven't added it all up money wise. From the T-shirt sales all the way down to the latest thing here, I did have Elizabeth Chamberlain did buy a $10 pin set. I got that already mailed out. We mailed that out a couple days ago, so I don't know when you'll get it, but it's already mailed out. Tim and Janet. Oh yeah, that's the people we had a meet and greet with also. When we got done, they gave us $25 cash to add to the children's fund, and we did. So, we're trying to get things rolling a little bit. I don't want to harp on it on every show to make it sound like that's all I'm doing. It's kind of money, because I know this is a bad year for all that kind of thing. I'm just trying to get it slowly but surely rolling so that when we do finally get there, that maybe we can hit our goal a little easier. Somebody asked me the other day, says, because I had made mention about that I have a couple of other ideas, and they said, well, what other ideas do you have? I just don't want to mention all that stuff too much, because then it gets to be, well, there he goes again, and I don't want to do that. But I do have a couple ideas that actually each and every one of you can do. Easy peasy, not a big deal. But if all of you do it, it could be, a considerable amount of a donation. And keep in mind, you can write this off on your taxes. When you hire a contractor, do you get an itemized list of costs? No, or just bottom price, which leads up to a question that I'm going to try to somehow phrase to this insurance guest we have this month if he shows up. Follow me here. My mind works different than other people, because remember, I used to flip houses. Well, we didn't call it that back then, but so I'm just saying, if a developer sells a home for $300,000, we're just going to use that figure, $300,000. He's making a profit, $300,000, which means it did not cost $300,000 to build that house, including the property. So you insure for $300,000. COVID comes along. Now the house is worth, say, $500,000. We'll just use that figure, a $200,000 increase. So with a $200,000 increase on that house, now it's worth $500,000. Are they saying that it takes $500,000 worth of material to rebuild that house because you already own the property? See what I'm getting at? Just wondered. Little things like that's what I think about. Because if he sells it for $500,000, you're buying not only the house for $500,000, you get the property. And he made a profit at $500,000. We don't know how much, but he made a profit. So it means it actually costs less than $500,000 to build the house. I don't know. We'll see. I might get an answer where it makes me look stupid. I'm going to find out. So if you got any questions about home insurance here, any questions, because I told him some of these questions coming in might be tough. And, I want straight, honest answers. And he said, no problem. He said, we'll talk about it. He may not have everybody's answers, I don't expect that. But the main question I want to ask is about this replacing your roof after 10-year thing I keep hearing about. I find that hard to believe, but I don't know if it's unbelievable. I just find it hard to believe. And the last story I got from a guy, he sent me an email, and this may be true. His insurance company said that his roof was something like, I want to say 15 years old. Now, I don't know if he's got a 20-year 3-tab shingle roof or if he's got a 30-year architectural shingle roof. He didn't say. I'm going to guess he's probably got 20-year 3-tab shingle roof. He said he had an inspector come out and look at his roof, and the guy said the roof was good for at least another 10 years, so he didn't see any problem at all. He said, I've never had a leak, don't know anything about it, but the insurance that he has, he said, that I've had for 15 years here, sent him a letter saying that when his policy run out, in order for them to renew that policy on his home, same policy, he had to replace the roof, or they were not going to renew his policy. And his policy is going to go from like $775 a year to 1,600 and something a year after he gets the new roof. He said, this is what's happening. And he even told me the insurance company, I don't remember what it was. And I'm saying that may be true. That sounds like something that an insurance company might do. But I don't know if all insurance companies are doing that or if it's a specific one. I don't know. So these are questions I'm going to try to get answers to, and we'll see what he says. And I think we're all going to learn something. You got any questions? Come to the show and ask him. We'll see if we can't get him to answer them. Whatever you do, don't wait till the show's over. Somebody watches a replay and then they bombard me with all these emails and questions, because I'm going to tell you right up front, right now, asking me is not the time. Being on the show and asking that question, that's the time. Do I sound angry? I'm not angry. I scared so many people off my channel. Do you know that last week I lost 90 subscribers? 90. I pissed somebody off. I don't know who or why, but I did. Barbara said, what are they again, Skip? Name? If you're talking about my headphones, they're Sony, S-O-N-Y. And that's all it says on here, Barbara. That's why I was showing you what they look like. So you could, the thing you want to look for is where am I at? See, they're on now. Whoops. See the green light? I never shut them off. And I'm telling you, 12, 13, 14 hours later, they're still working fine. The batteries in these things last forever. Oh, look here. I just found this. There's the battery. It's in there. Uh-oh. Now I'm going to get it back on. There, I got it on. Is there one over here? Nope. It's just one battery over there. And, man, my whole life is totally different with those. I fell in love with them, just like these. I don't have to have these on to do the show. I can actually unplug them and turn the speakers on the computer and listen. You have two problems by doing that. It's called echo, because the microphone's here, the speaker's there. So whenever, say, Sue's talking or Linda's talking, it comes out the speaker into my microphone and it loops, keeps a looping. And that's what you try to stay away from, is that echo effect. And so I don't. So you wear these to stop that. But there's a way of stopping that without these. And I have turned the speakers on this computer thing. It just totally sucks compared to this. And this is the way to go. I'm just here to tell you. Now, I don't know anything about those, what they call them, earbud things, the iPad earbud things and whatever. I guess those are pretty good, the Bluetooth ones. I've never done that. And I do have Bluetooth on my audio processor over here where I can do that. But I've never really seen a reason to do it, because this here works for me. I just wish I didn't have this. It's always in the way. I don't know if I can get these wireless or not. And if I do get them wireless, I don't know what I got to do to the audio processor to get it to link in. Maybe it's done by Bluetooth, because I do have Bluetooth here. I don't know. I might play with that someday down the road. But right now, this works good, and I'm okay with it. Timmy said sold. Oh, you mean the house down the road? The one I showed you? Yeah, I'm not talking about Tanya's house, where the lady that Sue went and had lunch with, her husband died. The very first showing on her house, the very first person that came in the house during the open house bought it, full price. That house is pending, I know, and that's down the road from me too. This house is the one on Earl Way, 3422 Earl Way. Make sure you're talking about that one, not the one on Mary Road. But it may be sold. I don't know that, because it seems like they sell pretty damn quick. So if it is sold, thanks for the update, because I don't know. I don't keep up with all that. But I may know who those people are. I don't know if they even watch my channel much anymore. They used to watch my channel a lot, and I have met them. I think if it's the same people I'm thinking of, they had two homes down here. One was over in one in my neighborhood, and they had one over at Fernandino, and they were investment properties, I believe. They rented them out, and so with the price of the homes being like they are right now, I don't blame them a bit. After investment properties, you double your money. Why would you not? If I had 2 or 3 homes, I can tell you right now, I'd be selling every one of them except the one that I'm going to live in. But I don't. Got one, and that's it. Hello from Stanford in Palo Alto, California. Hey, California, how's them wildfires going? They get them settled in yet, or is that over in another state? I know when we came through Flagstaff, there was wildfires there that was getting out of hand. And last time I was in California, which I don't even remember what month it was before the Santa Ana winds comes in. It was fire season. I didn't really see any wildfires going on, I don't think, but I know that they had a lot of warning signs out. No campfires, no this, no that. And, some places were closed, getting ready for it. Seemed like it was a seasonal thing when I used to run California all the time. After you do it for a couple of years, you just get to notice some certain things. They have like their seasons about stuff that's weird. They have like the Santa Ana wind season. It's like certain months of the year the Santa Ana winds take effect. And then you have the fire seasons, wildfire. They have these wildfires everywhere. Right after that, you have your mudslides. The rain comes in, then the mudslides. And it's always something. I believe London hit 104. Oh, you're right. I remember seeing that too about the UK. The UK is going to experience record-setting temperatures sometime this week, I think. And I don't think the UK is ready for it. They're just not used to that kind of temperature at all. Broke the high temperature record, and most people in the UK don't have AC. Yes, I did see that, Laura. I did see that. Thanks for reminding me. This heat and this weather change, man, is I don't know if it's going to get any worse, or is this it? Are we at the peak of it? I don't know, but it's something to think about. 93 in Brandon Falls, Delaware. 88 in South Carolina. That seems kind of normal to me for South Carolina. Maybe even a little on the cool side, maybe. I don't know. Cynthia said they're north of 95 degrees, I assume that means. Laura said after her first cataract surgery, she felt comfortable driving the next day fairly close to my house. I think Sue could have drove also, because she told me like the very next day, she said, I see a huge difference already. I just think she didn't drive just to be on the safe side. She didn't want, because if you have an accident and this person gets injured and they should happen to take you to court and their lawyer finds out you had eye surgery just yesterday and had an accident with my client today, that's just going to look bad and you're probably going to lose this case. '93 in Newport News, VA. Is that the name of the town? Newport News? That's kind of a strange name. Whiskey Potamus says hi. She says she loves the Magnolia Plaza for breakfast. Yeah, when I was there for lunch. And I seen the menu right away and I realized this is a breakfast place. They have like zero nothing for lunch. And the only thing they had was like 3 sandwiches, of which 2 or 3 were cold meat sandwiches because I asked. And I'm not big on cold meat sandwiches. That goes back to my trucker days. You don't eat cold food and you don't eat anything with lettuce in it. So that's with me to this day. So I said, I don't want any cold meat sandwiches. I said, what do you got that's hot? Hamburger. That was it. So I had hamburger and tater tots. That was my lunch. So when it comes to lunch, what's it called? Ravelli? No, Ravel, whatever it's called. Hey, that's off my list. I won't be going there for lunch. But for breakfast, looking at the menu, definitely looks like a place to go for breakfast. Lots and lots of different choices. And everybody I talked to that went there for breakfast, they all tell me the same thing. Breakfast was great. So I might try that for breakfast. But keep in mind, like I said before, I'm not an early riser. So me going out for breakfast doesn't happen very often. Gunther says it'll be fine when charged. Well, how long does it take to charge, Gunther? This thing's been plugged in now for 2 hours. And for 2 hours, it's only went up 1%. It went from 1% to 2%. And it took 2 hours to do that. That just seems a bit much. Let me check again. Looking. I'm looking. I don't see it. Can you tell? Here it is. My cord ain't that long. I think it's still turning on. Here we go. 3%. See, since I had 2% a while ago, you guys know, what was it, at least a half an hour, 40 minutes ago, and I've only went up to 3%. I don't know, man. That just don't even seem right. This is way too long. I'll keep it plugged in and I'll keep an eye on it, but I think it's crapped. I think it's crapped out. Can I name one of the birds? I thought Flip would be nice. Flip the bird has a nice ring to it. I don't care. You can call them anything you want to. I just know that when we had them as kids, and Sue had them as kids, they were always called dicky birds. And I think if you go to Amazon and type in the word dicky bird, that's what pops up. But as far as naming a bird, hey, call it. Matter of fact, if you ever win a game on our show, I might even send you the bird you name and give it to you. This thing, see, it just gets on my nerves. David says he had cataract surgery last summer. He says you are awake while they are doing it. Says he still needs readers. I've noticed Sue does that once in a while. She put on her reading glasses to look at the newspaper. Probably not a big deal, but she says she has noticed a big difference. And I know the glasses she normally wore all the time, she doesn't wear them anymore. But now she's complaining because she says she sees too much. I think if you watch the end of last week's WNL show, I think it's toward the end, or last month's WNL, she talks about, she kept looking at herself in the computer. She could see her bags under her eyes now. She never knew she had them before. Ron says, who do I have for internet? I got Comcast, but I pay extra for the high speed. Well, they don't call it high speed, but that's what it is. I'm guaranteed certain speeds. Let me see if I can do it here. Hope we're not. There is a certain time of the day where the speeds here slow down no matter what. So let me see if I can get my tester up here and I'll show you. I'll show you here exactly what my speeds are. Then I'm going to tell you what it cost me. And you ask yourself, is it worth it to you? I do not need these speeds to stream TV. I do not need these speeds to do internet. I'm paying extra really for you guys. I'm paying extra because of this, the live stuff I do in here. I wanted to make sure that I got the best hookup that I can possibly get here. And so I'm paid extra for that. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. See? I'm waiting. Hope you can see that. I'm waiting for it. I haven't started it yet. It has to load up. Okay, we're going to start. I'll let you guys see it. There it goes.
What would you like me to start?
Uh-oh. See, it slowed down. That's way too slow. My upload speed's down too. Wow. Yeah, that's not good. But it's okay for most of the stuff. But for the W&L show, this is the first thing I'll check before we start. Make sure we're doing okay. And sometimes if I unplug this motor and plug it back in, the speeds go right back up. But sometimes if I do a second check, it just because I don't know what it takes to get everything to connect. All this stuff is kind of wishy-washy to me. Find it. We're going to check some more, see if it changes. Because normally my download speeds is around the area of 200 to as high as 250, roughly in that area. And my upload speed is usually around 24, 25. And as long as it's in that area, I'm generally good to go. But there are certain areas of times of the day, and they told us that the demand is so high that they start to throttle the whole system, no matter who you are. And I might be at one of those times. I don't really know what times of the day we're talking about either. They don't really let you know any of that. Well, nope, I'm still getting about the same ratings. I'm not the best. My guess is they've started either throttling things or it's overloaded. I'm thinking they're throttling things. Usually when it gets like this, that means they've throttled things. My upload speed's still okay. I can still upload videos pretty good with the 18 that I've got, whatever that number means. I don't even know. 18 megabytes upload. 56 megabytes download. 56 is not good for me. Keep an eye on here. Still not good. I'm testing. Still not good. Uploaded around 22, 23, 21, 20, 23, 20. It's bouncing around a little bit. So I can deal with the upload speed, but the download speed is way down at what it normally is. It's Comcast. I pay like $125 a month to get what I've got. I'd like to go to Spectrum and get the business high-speed Wi-Fi, about the same price. And it's locked in, and you get priority there. With Comcast, you don't get priority. And they said, I can't do that unless I have a business, and they want a copy of the business license to do that. Now, I can do that because my YouTube channel is a business. I just never applied for a business license. I didn't really want to get into all that, but I could. I just really don't want to. So as long as this is working out the way it is, I'll just go ahead and stick with it. I even actually thought about getting that Tesla thing that they come out with. I've talked to at least a dozen people that's got it. And so far, I don't think it's nowhere even worth what they're talking about. Not right now, anyway. It just seems way overpriced, and I'm not doing it. Joy says, police ride along. Well, they haven't called me yet. The chief hasn't called me yet or sent me an email. He's got my contact info, and I don't know what they're doing. You know, they're always involved in crime, you know, secret things, and I'm sure they don't want me to know about them. And so the police ride-alongs has got to be on their time, their schedule. And they want to put me in the car with the drug dog. So it's got to be whenever they have the availability of time to do that. And I understand. So I'll stay in contact with them the best I can without bugging them all the time. But yeah, we'll get her done. We'll get her done. I said I bought this microphone specifically for that ride along. Plus, I can't tell you how many GoPro batteries. I'm taking at least 2 GoPros and probably at least 8 different batteries with me. I mean, I'm going to make sure I got some content here. I'm gonna make it like a cops ride along. Am I satisfied with my internet? Yeah, I'm satisfied with it. They do me a good job. Whenever there is a problem, there's websites they have now that shows me everything. As far as calling him to get any information done for customer service, forget it. It's terrible. It's awful. Get in the car and go to their office, and they're right there to do whatever you need. I don't know. Is that good, bad? It seems like that's the way the world's going nowadays. So we deal with it. And so far, it's been okay. I do get Wi-Fi interruptions late at night when they work. I've already told you that. They do that. And then sometimes during the day, they have a tendency to throttle it. But they told us from the very beginning that when it starts to get to the times where it gets overloaded, they throttle everybody. And I don't know if that's just an automatic thing or what, but I got a feeling whatever time of day it is, this is that time of day where people are probably emailing a lot. I don't know, but this is probably a time of day where they probably started throttling it. Give it another half an hour and I might check it and it might be up to download speeds of 250 again. I mean, but it seems to be working okay. Am I happy? I don't know. You know, am I happy that I got to pay $125 for just Wi-Fi? Because I don't have nothing else. I don't pay for cable. I don't have a telephone or any of that. I just want Wi-Fi. 125 bucks. Is that a fair deal? It seems like that's just the way things are going nowadays. I can remember back when Wi-Fi was free. They just give it to you. Right? It was new. I can remember back in the day where they gave you a cell phone. AT&T I had for 20 years. They mailed me a new cell phone every year, whether I needed it or not. Now, when was the last time you got a free cell phone from a good company, not some off the wall company? KM says, please ride along would be great. Well, I hope so. I just hope it's a busy night where I got a lot of video and some action. And plus, I want to talk to him to make sure if he pulls somebody over, can I get out of the car and can I walk around with my camera at a distance or something? I mean, I don't know what I can do and what I can't do, but I can tell you that I'm going to video as much as I can. I'm probably going to take this camera. I generally do not ever take my studio camera out of here, but I might take the other camera too. I might just take the other camera and leave this one in here and put it on automatic focus because it's got a zoom lens on it. So even if I'm away, I can zoom in on some stuff. It's all about audio. So that's what this mic's about, being a boom mic. It's supposed to pick up audio from a lot further away, but I'd never used this mic. So how much background noise is it also going to pick up? Because if it's a drug dog in the back and he pulls somebody over for, say, speeding or whatever, this dog's going to be excited. They always are. He's going to be barking and stuff back there. So see what I'm saying? So I don't know what's going to work here and what's not going to work. So I'll just do the best I can do. I mean, if you did this all the time, you would kind of know what to do and how to do and all that kind of stuff. But if you only do it once, I don't really know what to do. And I don't really know how to do it. I'm just going to be doing. And then when I go to edit it, I'm going to take that out. Too much noise. That's what I'm going to end up doing. Yeah, William Rizzo, he sent me an email, I think, last week. and told me where's he at? I must have missed it. William, there he is. Hey, Skip. Hey, William. So we were closing on our house in LaBelle on August the 9th. I can't believe we are going to be village people. And you know, William, LaBelle, there's two LaBelles. What is it, North and South LaBelle or East and West LaBelle? Anyway, there's two LaBelles. I don't know which one you're in. But either one of them, from my house to LaBelle, let me think. I did video over there, both of them, I think. I did a golf cart ride to LaBelle. From here to LaBelle is, I'm going to say, maybe approximately kind of a 15-minute golf cart ride. You're not that far from me. You get to your house, I'll tell you what I'll do, buddy. I'll meet you over at your country club over there. You got Belle Glade in that area over there. I'll meet you at Belle Glade for a beer. How about that? How about that? Or as Lamp says, her doctor said she may need reading glasses when she's done. Yeah, that sounds pretty typical, Laura. Like I said, Sue wears them when she reads the newspaper. She don't wear them any other time. So I guess, the idea of not wearing glasses 24 hours a day to only wearing reading glasses when you read the newspaper or a book, that's kind of a good trade-off. I would do that. So is your outlet working, Skip, where the iPad is? Yeah, because the switch box on. All my stuff goes into that switch box. And there's like 10 different outlets there for the USB cable. So I got a lot of things plugged into it, battery chargers, all kinds of stuff. So if I want to turn anything on, I just flip the switch for that thing. And so for the iPad, I'm looking at it right now. The blue light is on. So it's on. And the iPad is charging. Is in the what am I? I've been here 2 hours. I got to go. I've been on here 2 hours, and in 2 hours, it has only charged that iPad up 2%. That's it. There's something wrong. Our iPad should be 50% charged up, or maybe fully charged by now, not 2%. That's what I'm saying. There's something wrong there somewhere. Just popping in for a moment, we are getting ready to go video a few healthy home cooking meals, vegan edition. I know you will love it, Skip. Oh, you know I do. Make sure there's some tofu in there somewhere. Oh, I love tofu. Know what that is. Karen Baller says, Porch sitting with the AC. I have no choice. The iPad pooped out. I couldn't do anything. I'll mess with it when I get done here, but I think my iPad has taken a crap, and now I'm going to have to do something. Daniel says that he's new to Florida, not the villages, had his first snake on the front porch. Was the best way to stop them from coming in. Shut the door. I'm just joking. You're not going to be able to stop them. It's a natural thing. It's like the bears. People say, how do I keep bears out of my backyard? The bears were here first. This is their territory. We invaded them. There's no best way to keep them out. And please don't do what some people do here. I just think it's cruel and it's awful. They buy them sticky mats, like you use them to catch ants or something. But what happens when you set them outside? Everything's vulnerable to it. Those little geckos get stuck in there. You can't get them out once they're in. They die. They starve to death or something. Snakes get stuck in them. They can't do anything. I just think, just don't do that. Best thing to do is just, I don't know, if you want to get rid of it, take a little broom out there and just chase them off. They'll take off. They don't want nothing to do with you either. I get them here once in a while in my bushes. They're chasing them geckos. That's what they eat. It's a black snake. I won't guarantee it. And they're chasing those geckos, trying to eat them. So just chase them out in the bushes. They'll go out there and they'll be there for a little while, and then they move on somewhere else. Snakes never really make a home anywhere. They're constantly moving, and they'll go away. Now, that being said, I don't know where you live, if you live next to a swamp or whatever. You can go to Lowe's, and they got this thing called, I can't remember what it's called. It's called snake something. And what it is a powder. And you can, supposedly, this is what I'm told. You put this powder, if you have like certain snakes that hangs around a certain bush at your house all the time, they're always in that bush. You put this powder on that bush, and it doesn't hurt the bush. And if the snakes get in the bush, this powder gets on their belly somehow, and it irritates them to the point where they leave because it bothers them, so they leave. You might try that on your front porch, maybe sprinkle a little area out there and see if that works and keeps them away. But if you've only had one on your front porch, that's not like a lot. That's just only one. And so I wouldn't worry about it. Just take a broom and go out there and, you know, he'll turn around and run away. Like I said, he doesn't want nothing to do with you either. And he'll turn around and take off into a bush. Once he gets in a bush, just leave him alone because the next day he'll be gone. He'll go to somebody else's bush. But 6 months from now, there'll be another one around there sooner or later. They're chasing them geckos. That's what they're doing. That's all they're doing. They're looking for something to eat. So, William, you're going to keep your place down at Key West and then just come up here for visits, so to speak, and then go back to Key West? Are you going to rent your place out in Key West? I'm just curious. I've never really had a chance to talk to somebody that's in your situation. Most people are from the north coming down, and then I know how they do things. You know, snowbirds, they rent them out in the winter, maybe sometimes or whatever. But I've never had anybody from Key West come here. And it sounds like you're going to keep your place in Key West. I'm just curious for my own nibby noseness is how you want to do that. You're going to rent your Key West house out and then come up here for a while when you rent that out. And then when you go back to Key West, you're going to rent this out. I mean, that's what I would do in the wintertime. That's when the rent is really big. So, you know, if you come up here in the winter, are you going to rent that out in the winter? Just curious. KM said that's what she said. I'm not sure which thing I said, but I know there's been a couple of things that went through my mind. That's keep that sense of humor, KM, because there's so many people like when they get to a certain age, they lose their sense of humor. They don't have any anymore. Hey, William. William Mago says hi. Depends on your speed from Cox. I just know that whatever the Medicare experts got, you've seen him on the show. That one show he dropped off like 3 different times, and that just makes for a terrible show. It just can't continue doing that, and he can't get anything else. I've even talked to him about it. He said that's all they got there. That's all he can get. So, hey, Marcia, glad to see you're here. Who is Freedom Point? Whiskeypotamus. You got to get out more often. Freedom Point was probably one of the very first assisted living places the village has ever built, up by Spanish Springs. And we're talking about a neighbor, her husband died, and Sue's been helping her. She needs to live somewhere where she has help. And she put her house up for sale, sold it to the very first person that looked at it, got rid of everything in the house already, sold the golf cart, sold the generators, sold everything, gone. But the assisted living place he wants to go to has a waiting list. I don't know how long it is. I didn't ask. I feel like it's none of my business. I don't ask them shitty questions. So people, when I do a home tour, don't send me emails saying, how much is it? I'm not asking that. It's none of my business. If you really want to know, especially when it's a brand new home tour, all you have to do is either call the village's real estate company or get on their website and type in that name of that house, that model home, and it'll show you what the prices are. But don't ever expect me to ask somebody how much something is. If they want to volunteer it, I don't stop it. But I will never ask, ever. Just like when somebody rents a home and we talk about the home. Did you like it here? Was the location good? I might bring up something like, do you think that the rental home price here was fair compared to everybody else? I'll do that. And then that's their hint. If they want to volunteer how much that particular home cost in that area, then we'll let them do it. But don't ever ask me to ask them, how much did you pay for rent? I'm not doing that. To me, that just seems very rude, and I won't do it. No matter who you are, I won't do it. Tammy says, hold on, skips on a roll. I think Tammy's trying to tell me to calm down. Just calm down. Thanks, Tammy. Oh, gosh. I also want to thank, there's a handful of you out there, and you know who you are, that you've been on some of my videos where people put comments on the bottom. They ask a lot of questions. And I try to get to as many as I can, but be honest with you, I just can't sometimes because of everything. Like I'm working on WNL all the time. I'm doing this. And when I get done doing this, I'm going to post that thing on Patreon. So you can see, I just don't have time to get to every question, I just can't. I do try, but I just can't. So I noticed that a few of my full-time followers are answering some of those questions in comments and everything below. Thank you. Don't feel bad about it. If you want to do that to help me out, have at it. If you know the answer, do it, because I just can't get to all of them sometimes. Barbara says it was the restaurant you visited. Didn't they offer daily specials? What restaurant did I visit, Barbara? Are you talking about the Ravelli, whatever that place is called? Because I don't know if they offer daily specials there or not. Truthfully, they just handed us a menu. And like most restaurants here, since COVID, most restaurants only have like a one-page menu now. It's limited. They don't have a lot of stuff. Ravelli had like a lot of stuff to choose from, but 9 out of 10 things on that list was breakfast items. And I got nothing against that. Don't get me wrong. I'm simply saying I stopped there specifically to have lunch. So I'm looking for lunch items, and they really didn't have anything that really, if you want lunch, there's a lot of better places to go. I'm not putting the place down. I'm just saying for lunch, it's not good. So breakfast, it looks like if I ever get down there early in the morning for breakfast, which there again, I'm not an early riser, so that probably ain't going to happen. But if I ever get down there for breakfast sometime, like when Linda gets back, I might make it a day where I call Linda and call Judy, and we'll all go there and have lunch or breakfast. I might do something like that. And if I do, it looks like breakfast would be pretty good. Someone else, Muskie. It ain't Deb. We did a video about Deb. You know where Deb is. So the question would be, if Deb bought a brand new place and over there where she's at, why would she be going to an assisted living place over here? That's why she moved there. They have their own assisted living there. No. Yeah, Barbara, he likes doing October. I guess, and I should know this, I know, but somewhere around October, November, I guess, is that time of year where other people, everybody, I guess I'm included, but I just never do it. You can change things on Medicare, change over to different plans or something. And so it's right before that or right during that. That's why he likes to have that month, is right during, that's his before busy time of the year, I suppose. A lot of snowbirds come down. And so he likes October to be able to do that kind of show to basically just advertise and answer questions about what he does. And it gives him a chance to advertise his business of what he does and drum up some business, and I got no problem with that. He supports us and we support him. Some people want a home that is totally ready to move in. They don't want to update anything when they move in. Then here's what you need to do, Lori, if you're talking about homes here in the villages. Don't buy a new one. I'm dead serious about that. That'll be the most expensive, brand new, fixer-upper home that you'll ever buy. You want to buy a pre-owned home that's already had all the upgrades put in it. And the trick to that is to find one that's got the upgrades that you also like. But they're around. I think Jose and Marcia is talking about me. They're talking Spanish and I don't know what they're saying. So they're talking bad about me, ain't they? I feel like they're saying something. Mark, Mark, take care of them too. They're saying something. I know they are. Oh, maybe they're talking about wrestler because somebody says exception for wrestler. I don't know what's going on. I've lost control. Mark says, check your email to see how hard I'm not working. Check my email. See here. Mark. He sent me a picture, I think. It's funny. You got your lanai all set up, huh? Let me see if I can get the picture to blow up a little bit. I'm going to show these people. I might put this on WNL too, Mark. I can show it, but not really where. Anyway, I'll show it this way. You guys see that? That's his big screen TV. He's sitting out on his lanai watching. That's great. That's great. I love that. Are you drinking a beer? Why not? I'm assuming you're enjoying yourself in your new house in the villages. You're settling in pretty good. Have you had your first driveway party yet? Interesting. Gordon Kiker. I don't think I've ever seen that name on here before, but thanks for coming, Gordon. I appreciate it. Says cataract surgery is a piece of cake. I scrubbed in on them for 30 years. We had it down to 12 and a half minutes per eye for the surgery time. Everybody tells me it's not a big deal. I guess what's in the back of my mind, and I can't, this can't help it. When you get old, you've been trained on things through life. You've got muscle memory and things like that. That's just the way it is. When you work 30 your whole life, which I did, All of a sudden, retirement means you got to get up at 5:30 in the morning and go to bed at 9 o'clock at night. Well, guess what? My 38 years of working third shift says, and that's why I'm up here sometimes all the time, late at night. That's why I'm out in the kitchen sometimes. Sue's in bed snoring away, and at 11 o'clock at night, I'm out in the kitchen fixing something to eat because that's when I always did. It's just hard to get away from that stuff and retrain yourself. They say, well, it'll come in time. Well, I've been here 8 years, and I'm still struggling with it. And I don't need medicine or nothing like that. I'm not sick or nothing like that. It's just a lifetime of doing. My grandfather had to have cataract surgery when I was about 12 years old. And that's what I remember. And I think that's what gives me the chills about it. And he had to go back in on the same eye a couple of times because he had problems. I don't remember exactly what the problems was, infection maybe, I don't know. And I know over the years, I know this, I should know better, but it's just always there. Thinking of cataract surgery, my grandfather's face pops up of what it looked like after he had his cataract surgery. And I think that's what it is with me more than anything. I know with the lasers and stuff that they use nowadays, I'm talking like I know what I'm talking about. And I have no idea what I'm talking about. But I know Sue is that way, basically. She probably waited in the waiting room longer than the surgery actually took. And she said it was easy peasy, no big deal. I guess there was no pain involved. I didn't really ask, but she never got no prescription for any kind of pain pill or anything. So I know it probably is, but that's the picture that's in my mind when I think about it. Lath and plaster. Well, you would think it was plaster, but I'm here to tell you, I don't think it was plaster. Lath, yes. Plaster, no. I think it was a concrete, but without the big rocks. It was like a sandy type concrete because this stuff was hard as a rock. We had to take a sledgehammer to get it out. And that's what I remember in my house that I had. And even if it was plaster, it's a dirty, nasty job to clean that out, haul it out. I don't ever want to get into remodeling like that, ever. And now I'm just too old. I don't worry about it. Because I do see deals here in the villages. Like my videos that I do sometimes to show people the difference between this house and that house, things to look for. And this is when I show that, like the arched windows in a house, I point them out. Listen, you're paying that price for that. Or the arched doorways, you're paying the price for that. And if you want to cut cost on the house, these are the things that you need to look at about maybe, I like this model house, but I don't want them arched windows. You might save $10,000 by just getting rid of that. And then I was showing this house, see, you don't have all that stuff in this house. And the price of this house, it's none of my business. I know what it was, but she didn't. I'm not telling you because she didn't say I could say. It'll be up to her. I already told her, answer any of them questions on that video you want to because it's your house. And if she wants to put it down there, that's totally up to her. But she got this house, a designer home that said the price didn't exist anymore on these homes. She got one. But sometimes you have to make these sacrifices to do that now in these days. So I could do the same thing by going around and taking videos of certain things. I just don't because I don't want it to be a job to where, I did this once before a long time ago where I was showing things. And the next thing you know, I started getting all these requests and just knowing my personality and the way I am. I'm big on helping people. I always have been. I can't help it. I just do. If I see a neighbor struggling doing something, I'm the guy that walks over and says, hey, what's going on, man? What are you doing? Here, let me do that for you. I mean, I just do. Well, people started sending me emails saying, hey, I heard that this here was this or that. Can you go do a video for that for me? I'd really appreciate it. Next thing I know, I'm doing what Ira's doing. I'm running 500 miles a day to everywhere in the world, getting pictures for people that I don't know to help them out. And then when I started learning a little bit more about YouTube, and I don't want to get back into it, it sounds like I'm complaining, and I'm not. I got to learning a little bit more about YouTube and how I could find things. And then I'm finding out that these same people that are asking me to do something for them, they're not even subscribed to my channel. And that's all I've ever asked. You can't hit that button to subscribe, but you want me to drive 100 miles to video something for you, which I did. And then they don't subscribe. And there's a way I can find out. And that's why, And it's fun. Now I don't do that anymore. I used to give away all these free maps. Sometimes I'd sell them a little bit for like the Wish Foundation, the village's road maps for both areas, Brownwood area and up north has a golf cart. Anyway, you know what they are. And I used to give a lot away. And then I started selling them for like $10 or something, to get a little bit of money for the Wish Foundation. And then I found out that all the people that was asking me, not all of them, I shouldn't say that, at least 50% of the people that was asking me to send them these free maps, which I did, I would go check, and they also were not even subscribed to my channel. I thought, you know what? If they can't even hit that button to subscribe to my channel, I'm not doing this anymore. And so I quit. So now it's to the point that if somebody wants a map or whatever, I get the name, I go check first. Or it's somebody that I know that's been on my channel a while, like the WrestleManias, the Marcia, the Jerry Bells, the Mark Berries, the people, the names that I recognize, and I've seen them for a long time. They ask for something, I'll send it. There's no problem. But when I see a name that I don't know who that is, then I go looking. And you'd be surprised how many of my find are subscribed to that channel or that channel or that channel. They want me to do something, and they're not subscribed to my channel. And I've actually sent them emails saying, hey, you're subscribed to those other channels. Go ask them to do it. Why should I spend my money for somebody that won't even hit that subscribe button? Now, does that sound rude? Well, that's what I do. And this is why I lose subscribers, because I call them out. Oh, I got to forget. She told me to calm down. She says I'm on a roll. I'm sorry. Been there, done that. Horsehair walls. Man, I don't know what that is, but that sounds downright nasty. Shake and bake. Heading to Florida, August, hitting Orlando, Gainesville, Tallahassee. Unless you know somebody in Gainesville, there's really not much there. College is there, an agricultural center is there, and all that kind of stuff. And the best animal hospital in the state of Florida is in Gainesville, just so you know. Oh, you got a daughter there. Okay, cool. No, you're touring with your daughter. College touring. Right, there's good college there. And I do believe they have one of the best veterinarian clinics of anywhere in this area anyway, right there. The animal hospital, I'm telling you, I've been there. It is like great. I think it's a teaching hospital, and it's connected to that college. So, yeah, I can. If she's going to be a veterinarian or something like that, that'd be a great place to go. They do other things there too. Kevin says, with all your handyman skills, I would think you know how to plaster. I do. What's your point of the question there, Kevin? I know how to plaster. I don't want to get into remodeling. That's what I'm saying. Removing walls and doing all that. I did it once. That is a tremendous amount of labor and work and money. Not what I'm interested in. That's what I said. I don't want to do any of that. I know how to plaster. I'm at the age now where I wouldn't do it anymore. Oh, I'll patch a hole or something, but plastering a whole room, nah, I'm not doing that. There's too many people down here that does that at a reasonable cost. Hell, I don't even mow my own grass anymore. Skip, today's buyers, a lot of turnkey. That's true, and especially here in the villages. You are exactly right. And if you're an investor or going to be a snowbird, well, there's a lot of great reasons for that. First of all, an investor, you want to buy a home, you want to rent out and invest your money in the home for the home values to go up, and then of course get some income from the house to help pay all the expenses you got to pay. If you get one turnkey, literally, you buy the house, and once it's your house, you can rent it out immediately. Everything's in there, right? You may want to upgrade it as time goes on, but for right now, everything's there. If you're going to be a snowbird and you're wanting to buy a turnkey home, well, when you come down for your first trip down to Florida, everything's there. You got a bed, you got a couch, you got a TV, you got everything's there to get started, and then you can change it as time goes on. So there's a lot of good reasons why you would want to buy turnkey. There's a lot of good reasons why people want to sell turnkey. They don't want to go to the expenses of moving furniture, storing it, to buy another house to have it moved again. They don't want to do that. We'll just sell it, take our money, buy something else, and get new furniture later. I mean, so there's reasons for both of that. You're absolutely correct. Matter of fact, the first house we bought, it was totally empty. And I looked back thinking, boy, if only I could have got that turnkey, we wouldn't have to go through all the trouble we had to go through, to get things going. But I was working. We had a short amount of time to get this thing ready to rent out for the winter because I knew I was going to rent it out for the winter. I was down there for 2 weeks. We had 2 weeks to get this thing going. And so you don't have a lot of time to enjoy the things you think you're going to enjoy when you first buy the house, and you got to get it filled up in a certain amount of time to rent it out. Yeah, that was a job, but we got her done. Shiplap. Yeah, but outside of my one of the houses that we actually did was shiplap. And actually shiplap was pretty good for me when it comes to remodeling because I did most of mine myself. You could take it off, set it aside, do the work you needed to do, and you could actually put it right back on. Easy peasy. Shiplap will literally, as long as you keep it painted and take care of it, it'll literally last for the life of the house. Vinyl siding is okay also. That took the place of shiplap kind of. And it's good too. I'm not really good on installing vinyl siding. I don't understand it a lot. I don't have the special tools that it may take to do it. So I would probably hire somebody to do that. It's a color match thing. When vinyl siding sits on a house for long periods of time, the UV rays changes the color. You may not notice it, but it does until you have to replace part of it. And you get the original vinyl siding. And that's when you notice it going, oh my God, look at that. And the colors aren't the same. And so that's the hard part about vinyl siding. Actually, I got nothing against shiplap. I always kind of thought it was easy to work with. Googled it. It's called Laughing Plaster. And it may be called plaster. I'm not saying that. I'm just telling you it was more like concrete. Plaster we use today to patch a wall, to plaster a wall, patch a hole, stuff in the old houses was nothing like that. It was as hard as concrete. Very nasty stuff to work with. $4.25 at Costco in Connecticut. Mr. Rizzo said at Marathon Island down at the Keys, it's $4.22. Marcia says gas in Atlanta is $4.39. Susan says, probably want to know why I'm inside. Because my iPad, I think, is taking a crap. That's why. I don't think it works anymore. There's a serious problem with it, and I may have to get another one. And that's what I used out there was the iPad. And I'm not dragging cameras and stuff out there. I could use my cell phone, but that's how I really started doing that. But that is really a problem because I can't read the YouTube comments. It's so small, I can't read them. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet. How do we contribute money to Make-A-Wish Foundation? I'm not really doing the Wish Foundation yet, Ronald. By the way, Ronald is how's he put it in his, he sends me emails, and how's he put it? Your most favorite fan or something like that. Thanks, Ron. That's in December. Every December, we do a little charity thing to get money for the Children's Make-A-Wish Foundation in Orlando, if you've ever watched my shows. And then once we get the total tally, my next video, usually we video going down to Orlando with the check, going into the business and handing them the money. That way you, the contributors, know this money goes directly to that foundation right there. And other than that, I have walked around the building and done some videos of some kids that received a wish and this and that. I probably won't do that again. I've done it twice. It's the same video, the same people, the same photos. I've got ideas of something I might want to try to do if I can. It'll be up to Jenna. She's the one that runs that down there, and see if she can maybe put a little something together that I'm thinking about, and we'll see if we can't work that out. May or may not happen. Don't know. That's in December. Don't worry about it. But what I'm doing is because last year, big mouth me, we made 20. I had a $2,000 goal to go down there, and you guys were great. We got 2,500 bucks. I never expected that. So when I give her the check, I told her, I said, next year we'll try to double it. Jesus. I had no idea what I was doing. And so now I'm just doing a little jump start. That's all. Trying to get things going a little bit at a time without being, not making it sound like, I don't know how to put it. I don't want to bug everybody about it because I know times are tough right now. I just don't want to. But if I can sell an ink pen set that I got for $10, I'll ship it to you. And I'm taking that whole $10 and I'm putting it in the fund. And let me tell you how that works. I just sold one. We paid, I think, $6 for these sets. Sell them for 10. I make 4, but it cost me with the freight ship nowadays. It'll cost me $20 to ship it to you. It's a losing deal, but I'm still doing it, and I'm putting that $10 in there. Usually, toward the end of the year, I take all my YouTube members' money, whatever it is, and it's like 99 cents a month per member, but I get 70% of that. Forget the 70%. I take the whole dollar a month for each and every one of the YouTube members. I donate it all at the end of the year to the Wish Foundation. And then, of course, the super chats and things we get during the Wish Foundation show, which is in December, that's the show for Wish. All that money, every bit of it, 100% of it, not including the 70%. I mean, all of it, 100%. If you donate 50, even though I get 70%, which is 35, forget it. 50, I donate to 50 to them. I make up the difference. So all that money goes to Wish. So that's why we're just kind of starting it a little bit. It's nothing that I'm doing. It's nothing that I'm asking for. I'm just saying, we're doing this. And I'm just dreaming up stuff off the top of my head. The last one I did was I said, if you guys want to help out, $50 into my PayPal account. And I made it specific, not a $50 super chat, $50 into the PayPal account because they don't take very much. They're like 3%, something. Then what I'm going to do, I'm going to shave all this off. And I'm going to give you guys a private link to the video of me shaving this off, and you'll be the first people to ever see me without this. And I can't even tell you how long, other than my family, ever. And I thought if I got a little bit, that'd be fine. And so far I've gotten, I read it a while ago, 5, 6 people that did that. And there was one person, I think, that sent $100 super chat on the last porch setting. They didn't leave really a note there. Said for the kids. And I'll do that because he sent so much more than 50. I mean, it'd be stupid of me not to. If he wants, or she, whoever it was, if they want a link to that video, I'm going to need your email. And so get my email just in the description box below, G1RUMP2Y. Ask any of these people, they'll give it to you. And mail me your email address. Because when I do that for $100, good God, I'll be more than glad to send you the link to the video of me shaving all this off. And I will. That's going to happen right after the WNL show. And I'm going to put the video up within a day after that, probably, for people on whoever sent me this money. And I'm going to send you a link to it. I'm assuming I have everybody's emails because when you sent me the email, because I said, send me an email, let me know you donated that money. And there's a reason why I said that. Because if you send me an email, let me know that you donated that money, I have your email now. So that's why I needed you to do that. And I saved every one of them. So, just make sure I got your email so I can send it to you. And thank you all very much. The kids will appreciate it. Okay. That's how you contribute, Ron. If you want to do it, go to PayPal, $50, and I'll send you a link. Otherwise, you can super chat whatever you want, $10 here, there, wherever, and I'll donate all that. Keep in mind, I'm trying to keep us separate because I got to make a little bit here doing all this stuff. Whenever I do a W&L show, other than December, forget December. December don't exist. That's wish. So just forget December. Every W&L show, any super chat, any of that money that I get there, that money is used to buy next month's gift to give away on the next W&L show. Like last month, I guess I shouldn't say, but last month we got pretty good super chats. And so this month I have the gift already up here. I used that money to buy this gift. And so just don't get them mixed up. Don't send me a super chat during a W&L show. Say, hey, this is for the kids. No, unless it's December show. No, it's not going to work that way. I'm telling you how I'm going to run things. You're not telling me how to run things. Does that sound nasty? I don't mean it to be. I just want to be clear about it. All super chats on a W&L show goes for prizes for the next W&L show, except only the December show. Then all that money goes to the kids. But right now, it'll go for the next month's prizes for the next W&L show. I just want to make sure that's clear because I don't think people hear me sometimes when I'm talking. So anyway, there you go. New Hampshire, $4.50 a gallon. Susan says, Anthony and I came in late. That's okay. Don't get mad at me, Susan. I'm just trying to explain a few things to make sure that I'm getting my thoughts across the way I want to run things. Diana says whiskey. Go Loco says whiskey. See, they're talking about me. I know they are. Whiskey. I don't even know what that means. Whiskey. I know what whiskey is, but I don't know what they're talking about when they say whiskey. Whiskey. Did I miss something up here? I don't see anything. And what's the deadline to get it done? Well, there is no deadline, Ron. I'm just kicking things off a little bit. That's all. That's all I'm doing. I got a $5,000 goal this year. I don't know if I'm going to get there. I can't get there without you guys' help. That's a fact. I got 2,500 last year during the show. I can only assume that we can get 2,500 during the show again this year. Kind of like a Jerry Lewis telethon. As long as I get $1 more than I figure it's a success, right? So between now and December, I'm hoping to get 2,500. And then if I get that 2,500 during the show, then we're there, right? And then the next year, I learned to keep my mouth shut. I'm not going to promise anything. But I got a couple ideas that you guys can help with. I think it's easy peasy. If you want to do it, you don't have to. But boy, if every one of you would, God, that would make life so much easier. Are the newer villages being stretched for thinning amenities? Well, I don't know that they have thinning amenities, so I don't know what you mean by that. They have the same amenities I do. Always remember this. I know sometimes it gets lost in the shuffle. Once you become a villager and you have that village's residence card, you can go anywhere in the villages and do anything you want. It doesn't have to be in your village. Like I could get in my golf cart right now and go down to Finney and go in their swimming pool. I say their swimming pool. It's really not. It's the village's swimming pool. I can get in my golf cart right now and go down to the lofts of villages, Brownwood's lofts, the lofts of Brownwood, the apartments they built down there. They got a beautiful swimming pool down there with a barbecue pit and all that stuff. I can get in my golf cart right now and go down there and use it. That's just not for the people renting those buildings there. That's for all villages. So you go anywhere you want. So there's no thinning amenities unless you figure on staying just in your area and go nowhere else. Then if that's the case, then you got to be very particular on where you're going to buy your home. Because I've always said to help the home situation of where you want to buy, if you can, know what it is you want to do. And that'll slow or speed up your house destinations a lot, picking a home. Whether it's pre-owned or new makes no difference. Know what it is you want to do. And then you'll know how close you want to be to that. Such as examples, If you know you want to go to Square every night, and I caution you on that because people think so, and then after they're here for a while, the Squares gets very boring. Find yourself not going down there like you think you will. But if you're one of them, and we have them here, that you want to go to Square literally 3 and 4 nights a week because you love to dance, you just have to do it. It's good exercise. I love doing that. If that's you, then you know you probably want to be within a 10-minute golf cart ride of a Square, any Square, because they're all the same. Any Square. I recommend Lake Sumter right now because it's a gorgeous square. I love it there. That's just me. Brownwood's nice too, but Lake Sumter has the largest square of all the squares. And you know you want to be within a 10-minute golf cart ride of that. And if you draw a 10-minute circle on a map around a square, that kind of shortens up your search for a home if you're going to use a golf cart as your second car, which I do. If you're not going to get a golf cart and you're going to drive a car everywhere, then that 10-minute search might go out a little bit further because you can get here probably quicker by car. In some cases, not all. So that's what I'm saying. If you know you want to do pickleball every day, twice a week, 3 times a week, and I know people that are pickleball nuts. One of them is my moderator, Kevin Jockway. Him and his wife are pickleball crazy. So when they buy here, they know they're going to want to be somewhere reasonably close to a pickleball court so they can play that game. And that's what I'm saying when I say if you know what you're going to do, it'll shorten up your house search quite a bit. I wanted to get back into golf. I wanted to get in the middle of a bunch of what I called free golf. It's really not free, but it kind of is. Executive golf courses. And then a country club or two would be nice because I knew I wouldn't do it regularly, but it'd be nice to do it once in a while. And so that's why I picked the neighborhood I'm in. And it just ain't mine. Lake Deaton, I don't even know all these neighborhoods around me here. Fernandino's one. There's a lot of them. We're all in the middle of, if you get the map out, a village's map, and look, we're in the middle of buku bunches of, within 10 minutes, I can be to like, I want to say 9 or 10 different executive golf courses. And I know at least 3 country clubs in a 10-minute golf cart ride I can be to. In the middle of a bunch of golf. The other criteria was we wanted to know that we could walk to our mailbox. Sue likes to walk. So walking to the mailbox every day is good for her. And we wanted to be in an area where she could walk safely in the mornings with a group of people and stuff. And so this neighborhood just fit our bill. 8 years later, the demographics here starts to change. Die that you didn't think was going to die. We've had a lot of deaths in our neighborhood already. And we just recently had another one, lady's moving out. Well, somebody's going to be moving in her house. I don't know who it is. And it could be somebody that knows the rules here. They may not even know the rules here. It's all changes. And so sometimes you have to adapt to those changes. In most cases in our neighborhood, there hasn't really been that many changes. I've seen some people that apparently don't know the rules, but it's all been kind of minor, so I don't pay much attention to it. But you see some violations going on. And like I say, they don't really bother me all that much, but it may bother you or other people. So the demographics changes. Just because you move into a neighborhood that's perfect right now, 5 years from now may not be so perfect. Thus, the average home in the villages people buy 3 times. I think they keep moving away from stuff. So anyway, that's my thoughts. Gosh. Jose Guzman, I'm going to make you a moderator right now. Wait a minute. I can't do it over. Where you at? I'll do it on this other side over here. I keep forgetting. I'm on StreamYard over here. Yeah. Jose, I'm looking for you, buddy. Still looking. John Walker says message retracted. Ooh, he must have said something nasty. Where's Jose at? Jose, I got you over here on StreamYard, but I can't find you over here on YouTube. I thought you was a YouTube member, so I'm looking for a green name. Apparently you're not. No, there you are. Blue. That's right. You're blue. Oh, you already are a moderator. What am I talking about? See, this is the thing. Over here on StreamYard, I'm looking. It does not show those little things you see on YouTube, the wrench, making you a moderator and all that. So when I seen your name, I thought, I'm going to make you a moderator because, you're always on here. And then I look over there, you already are. I got to learn to watch both sides. Skip Wilson, 593. No, I think matters fact. I won't swear to this, but didn't somebody send me an email here a while back saying gas prices somewhere in California they were at was like close to $7 a gallon? Or am I wrong? Maybe that was diesel. I'm not sure. Yeah, he said California. Says Central Valley of California. I don't know what that is. Is that where they have all the wineries? Been through there a couple of times. Gorgeous area, just gorgeous. I'd love to live there. There's no way. Do you know everything in California anymore? I swear to God, everything that I've read in the paper, everything that Linda sends me, it seems like almost everything in California, as far as home prices go, starts like at 700,000 and up, no matter what it is. It could be a piece of crap, one bedroom, one bath home that needs fixed up, $650,000. It's nuts. Ronald, no, because I'm not a cop. I don't keep up with all the crimes around here. I don't read crime reports where everything happens. But you can go to, where did I go to one time? You might be able to Google it. Crimes in the Villages, Florida. And I went to one of the police blotters here, and they got a web on that, and it shows all the villages. You can blow the map up too, but it basically comes out fairly small. And there's little red dots and things everywhere on this map, all around the villages. And then you can tap on that red dot, and then it tells you what that crime was. And most of them are like DUI, DUI, DUI. Um, but then every once in a while, you'll get one, they'll say home burglary. We used to have a lot of those. Or I don't say a lot. I don't want to make it sound like this is, crime city. It's not. But on a regular basis, we would see a home burglary on an average of, say, once a week, once every 2 weeks. And it was always somebody that comes through the lanai. That's where we all learned. The lanais is where your house is exposed. I took all kinds of safety classes with Sumter County Police Department, and there was all kinds of things that I learned that I had no idea. And so the village's construction companies changed things because of a lot of the home burglaries that were going on. One of which, enclosing a lanai. It was a safety factor because when you're not at home as a snowbird, they just take a knife and cut that screen and they just walk right in. Nobody's here, right? Everybody's up north. And the sliding glass door, you say, well, they're locked. Made no difference. We put a broom handle in front of that door. Made no difference. The guy that was actually convicted burglary here, he showed how to get in that door in like less than 5 seconds. Locked with a broomstick, and he came through that door. And when I seen that, I thought, oh my God, I had no idea. And so things changed. And how I learned so much by that. The garage door, how to get in the garage door, even if it's locked, and that little red rope. And that's why they said we don't really recommend windows. But then a guy came out with another one showing how to lock that red rope so they couldn't pull it from the outside. And I just learned so much by going to them classes that, by the way, were free for everybody. I just had to go to them because working for the villages, they had these safety classes, and they would make it mandatory for us to go there. I felt like, well, if I'm getting paid to go, I'll go. But I still learned a lot. I just try to pass some of that along to you guys. I know a lot of people don't agree with it. They think I'm full of crap, but I just tell you anyway. Jerry says information in the description along with the Patreon. Jerry, are you a yeah, Jerry's a moderator. I have to keep looking over here. I don't remember who moderates and don't. I should know, but I just don't. Sorry, guys. I know you're there. Yeah, all the information for everything that I do. There's not a lot down there. I don't try to put a lot of crap down there. Like I don't do Amazon links and all that stuff. I've seen description boxes that go on and on and on. And who's going to look at all that? I'm not going to. And I figure that you guys are no more patient than I am. So I put things down there. Like I got like 4 channels down there that group together real close together of video channels, YouTube channels that I would recommend to go see for different reasons. You may like them, you may not, but I do recommend them because they've been helping me on my channel for years. So I'm going to recommend their channel. WrestleMania, Healthy Home Cooking, Ira's a good guy, honest guy. I would trust him, to do anything for me. And he started a YouTube channel and all this and that. And so I recommend his if you want home information. You can get a lot of information there. So I do recommend some things there. But other than that, it's basically got a link to my PayPal account. It's got a link to my Patreon page. Is there any other links in there that I can recall? Not sure. I do know that those 2 links are down there for specific reasons. And so all that information is in the description box. And it's always been there. So Susan says, thanks for the home tour the other day. No, thank Carol. I mean, she invited us to come down. It said, if you want to, I said, fine, I will. She knows that I do critique some things for you guys to see the differences of things. And she was good with that. And she also invited me to come down. I don't know when. She said, when I get some of the upgrades done and get my furniture in here and get things kind of, live in ready. She said, if you want to come back and do another video showing the before and after, she said, you can do that too. And I said, absolutely. I'd love to do that. And I will. But it takes a phone call for her to tell me. I just don't walk around people and knocking on doors and say, hey, can I come in and look at your house? I don't do that. So if you out there watching this, you buy a home here, call me. Send me an email. Say, hey, I just bought a house. Do you want to come out and take a video before I get it all fixed up? Yeah. But I can tell you, Ron, the crime rate here is like not very much. It's mostly drunk drivers. I'm reading more and more, it seems like, about drugs. I am starting to read more and more of that in the villages, around the villages. But that's why I always say, remember, we have public roads here. We are not a gated community. Nowhere in the villages is it a gated community. Don't listen to people that's telling you this. It's a lie. And just like that one guy that sent in that letter to the editor, maybe it's on this Friday's news, and you didn't read it hear it last Friday. You might hear it this Friday. And the guy says they got to stop this lying. He said anybody with a long arm or a big stick can poke that red button and come in here. That's true. I've been saying this. But there's a certain amount of people around here that keep saying it's a gated community. Well, you will see gates, but they cannot keep you out in any way. That's just to monitor traffic and to help protect some of the golf carts wanting to cross behind the guard shack and all that. That's all that's for. Nobody will tell you, no, you can't come in. Nobody. So, and you don't even need to ask. Just get in the resident lane over there, even if you don't have a card. And when you get your turn up here by the gate, there's a big red button right there. Just reach out and poke that button. The gate will open up and let you in. So when you read about some of these so-called police arrests, drunk driving arrest, that may or may not be a villager that got arrested. That could be somebody from anywhere else, went down to one of the squares, had a few more drinks than he should have, gets in the car, now he's going to head home. How many times have you heard me read a report saying a guy was arrested from Orlando for DUI and they arrested him in Spanish Springs? Well, he may have went to Spanish Springs to the square and they got him. He's heading back to Orlando. This happens a lot. So a lot of the rest you read here aren't from villagers. It's people that come in here to go to restaurants, play golf, go to a square, whatever the case may be. And those guys got caught on the way out because Some of them don't know the rules here. They don't know the village lifestyle here as residents do. Like we all know, running 45, 50 mile an hour anywhere in the villages is against the law. Everywhere except on the main highways like 466, 466A. And even then, if they go through the villages, the speed limit is not 50 miles an hour. So, but the ones that's not around here, I can very easily understand you're on a dual lane highway that you think 55 mile an hour would be the normal speed, wouldn't you? And it's not. But we know that. The outsiders don't. And those are the ones that get caught a lot, doing a lot. And so the crime rate here is like next to nothing. Really, seriously, it is. It's not that it's zero none. You'll hear about an elderly couple arguing and they called the police and this guy, took her cell phone away from her, which in Florida, I think is a felony now. If you're trying to make a 911 call and I take your phone, I can be charged with a felony crime. If you do something to somebody 65 years of age or older, I believe that's a felony now. They have a special crime here in Florida to protect the retirees here. It's a crime on somebody over the age of 65. A lot of outsiders don't know that, but it is. Gas is down. Time to go camp. Oh, that's Sue. Oh, she must be home. I told you I thought she was home. I heard somebody out there. She says time to go camping. I'm not paying $5 a gallon for gas. Getting out of here for one price is one thing. Once I get somewhere, then it's $5 a gallon. I'm not taking a camper doing that. 8 miles to the gallon. No. Hola. Oh, St. Sue. Yeah. Hi, Sue. We basically stopped driving except essential trips, combining shorts. Yeah, I'm thinking about taking a car and doing some kind of traveling, but I'm not going to California. I'll put it that way. But I tell you, it may sound stupid to a lot of people. Not to Sue, she knows what I mean. I've actually thought about taking a couple of day trips, and one of them might be going down to Punta Gorda again so I can get some good seafood. Joey says, I watch the RV channel and I love seeing the places you visit. Well, I'm still working on the Rockport, Texas. I'm about to the end of those. I think last one that came out, we were starting to pack up, had a last breakfast with my cousin. And I think the next video is going to basically show us heading back to the house. I don't really remember all the videos I do have there, but once I get back to Florida, other than maybe some work I'm going to do on the RV, getting ready for the next trip, if that ever happens, I'm going to be done with it. And be honest with you, because that channel really not growing, and that's a lot of work doing these videos and stuff. It's not growing, and if it's not going to grow, then I'm probably going to be done with it. I'm not going to post much on there at all. The only video I may post on there will be the one when I put the RV up for sale, and I'll try to sell it myself. And that'll probably be it. Skip says battery is there if power goes off. Well, I know, but the point is, I'm trying to say is it's been plugged in now for 2.5 hours, and it's plugged in to charge, and the light's on. And in 2.5 hours, it has actually increased power by only 2%. That's crazy nuts. No, there's something wrong. I think it's crapped. It's crapped out. Don't know what happened, but I think it's crapped out. Sue wants to go camping. Well, she can go. I'm just not going to take the RV. No, 8 miles to the gallon. Are you crazy? No, nope. When I came back from Texas, I think the most we paid for gas, if I remember right, the closer we got to Florida, the higher the gas prices kept getting. And I think we filled up somewhere in the northern part of Florida for the ride home, and it was like $3.79. And I always fill up around a half a tank. Could be a little less, maybe a little more, but I always fill up around a half a tank. And there's a reason for that. For you, those of you that don't RV, I don't never go down to a quarter tank or less. Never. It's around a half a tank or a little less. I'm looking for a place to get gas. And even at that, I think the last place I stopped to get gas, and I don't know if I've done a video on the gas mileage yet, but anyway, I want to say it's like $125 to fill this thing up. Half a tank. And I always thought that's nuts. This is crazy nuts. I've never, ever paid that, ever. At the very most I ever put in there, and that's when I did get it way down. I'm talking like almost a quarter of a tank, and it cost me $100 to fill it up. That's the most I ever spent up to that point. And now half a tank. And now it's even more. No, I'm not doing that. No. Hot Job says they have an internal mechanism that starts a 10-year countdown the first time it is powered up. Are you talking about the fire alarms here? Because I thought that seemed funny that one day one's making this funny beeping and it wouldn't work anymore. I replaced that one like 2 days later when Amazon delivered one. And then like that same night, this other one over here did the exact same thing. And it's laying back here. Here, let me get it. Let me show you. Let me show you. Now, these are hardwired in for those up in Indiana that don't know what that means. See this? Let me get it. Focus here. See that right there? The house is hardwired in. All these go all around the house, and there's a wire that plugs into that. Not sure what that does. But you still need a battery. Now, once you close this, see? That's normal. But then you got this test button right here that you press it, and usually what it does, it makes the thing go its alarm thing, and you've all heard that, right? Really annoying. But watch this. I'm going to hold it. That's what it does. No. And that's what the other one did. And no, this is a brand new battery. And the other one did the same thing. And no matter what I'd done, I couldn't figure out, is there a reset button? Is there something I'm supposed to do? And there's just nothing. These are all enclosed. You can't do anything. So I just got a new one. And I put it up, and it worked fine. I tested it before I put it up, and it did this normal thing and plugged it in. It worked fine. Went through the whole system in the house. Everything was working fine. And then 2 days later, this one done the exact same thing. Now I'm wondering, is it just a matter of time before I have to go around and replace every damn one of them because they're all going to do this now? And if there's a 10-year countdown, then I'm at 8. Not even 8. I bought this house. Well, I don't know when the house was built. I mean, no. See? And even when you set it down with the battery in it, it'll keep doing that. It just does it. And I don't know, is that a warning telling me that this thing is, no good? I've never heard that before. There's another thing that kills me. The warnings we do in America. There's a warning here that you probably can't see. Remember the focus here? Right here. Right there. Do not paint. I'm sorry. What idiot would paint this? Was you born yesterday? See? It'll keep doing that till I disconnect the battery. It's crap, right? So I just get a new one. There's no fixing it. The things you learn. Oh, Marcia. Oh, I know. This is what I talk about all the time. But people just think I complain a lot, so I don't say a whole lot. But that's all you hear around here is because of COVID and because of hurricane coming and because of a cyclone that happened in Venezuela down there. our gas prices are going to go up. Right? It does not compute to me at all. And let me say this. If you want, you Americans as voters, if you want a reason to not have a one world order that they keep talking about, they've been talking about that since I was in the first grade. This is a good reason why you should not. A 10-year countdown. I never heard that before, but I was wondering if there was something like that. I don't know how that works, but well, either or, if that's true, and that's just a matter of time, I can see it. I'm going to end up replacing each and every one of them one at a time. Tammy says it's $3.90 in Johnson City. Well, it's cheaper than here. That's still not good. Better, but not good. And there's no guarantee it's going to stay that price or get cheaper. It could start going back up tomorrow, right? We are in hurricane season. Marcia brings up a good point. We are in hurricane season. So first time you hear about a hurricane coming down in the state of Florida, your $3.90 gas could go to $5. I know, Meadow. I know. That's on my mind. That's why we bought a new car. That's exactly what I was thinking about when I was looking. So I'm going to wait for the price of these cars to come down. They're not going to stay up like this forever, right? And then I got to thinking. I did that same video about the house. What am I waiting for? So we bought the new car. I'm not stopped traveling. I'm just saying I'm not taking the RV. Make sure you hear me correctly, and you're not hearing what you want to hear. I just said I'm not taking the RV. 8 miles to the gallon. I don't think so. But as far as the car, it'll probably get on the highway, and I don't even know. You know how many miles I've driven this car since the day we bought it? I think I drove it to Lake Sumter one day and back home. How many miles is that? 5, 6, 7, 8, somewhere in that area right there. That's it. That's the miles I've driven in this car. I haven't been anywhere. I don't even know how many miles are on it right now. I don't go in a car. And if you see me in a car, there's a 99% chance you're going to see me sitting in the passenger seat over there. I don't drive, not in the car. I just don't want to. These crazy old people down here will run into you. But I am thinking about taking a car to a couple of places. One is, and I've already checked on hotel prices and stuff over around Plant City. My granddaughter lives over there, and I thought about going over there for a couple of days and catching up. But every time we call over there, it's always something. The last time we called over there, she was recovering from back surgery. I didn't want to bother her. And so, we just didn't go over there. I didn't really know about the back surgery, or I probably would have went over there the day before and went to the hospital, but we didn't know. She don't bother us. She don't want to worry about the old people. So then I called last week, I think it was, or maybe Sue did, about maybe going over there, making reservations at the hotel for a couple of days and going over there to find out that her husband has COVID. So we didn't go over there. It just seems like that stuff's always popping up anymore. And even though I'd like to maybe go down to Punta Gorda so I can get some good seafood, and the only place to get good seafood is at the Villages Fisherman's Open Air Market. Is that the name of it, Sue? Villages, the Fisherman's Village Open Air Market, something like that. It's a great place to go visit anyway. Walk around, have a beer while Sue's shopping, go eat some deep fried clams while Sue's shopping. And at the very end of the mall, there's a place down there called Harpoon Harry's, and it's a very, very cool place. It's nothing fancy or anything like that, but it's a very cool place. So that's what I was going to do. And then maybe, stop at a couple of places on the way down or on the way back, something like that. So yeah, I might do that, but I'm not taking a motorhome down there. No. I'm about ready to wrap this up. This has been way too long. I just get to jabbering. I just don't, the time passes too fast for me. Jenna says, if you use the headset, does it cancel out the other volume of the TV so others could hear? No, I can turn it. If you're talking about if I got the headset on, does the TV automatically volume to zero? No, the TV's on its own. The transmitter plugs in the back of TV. That's a whole separate thing. And I could have his TV turned to a certain volume where everybody in here could hear it. I don't because my room is private. Nobody comes in here. Well, Sue does, but other than that, nobody else comes in here. I could turn the volume on TV up and people could hear it, and I'd listen with my headset. I can do that if that's what you're talking about. But this is basically my private room, and I use that TV for two things. One, I use it for a monitor for the W&L show a lot. It's on a big swivel where I can pull it all the way around here. And then it's also a TV where I can sit in my chair back here and drink a beer and watch my favorite YouTube channel. So yeah, you can turn it up to other people hear it and you can still hear it. Now, when the TV's on, if you got it turned up to a reasonable level, not super loud, I don't know how loud you keep your TV, but if you got people in your family that hear normally, like Sue, when she's got a TV on, half the time I have to look over and go, what'd they say? I mean, she's got it at a level she can hear, and I hear it, but I can't understand it. These headphones here would stop all that. She could have it at her level. These headsets here are different. These are a studio type headset. These here are not for this TV. Those is for the TV, made for the TV. And by that, I mean, this here is a little looser for a more comfortable fit. Personally, I don't like that because if you walk around with them like I do, seriously, I can go out in the front yard and sit in a chair and I can listen to the TV with these. And if I bend over to pick something up, sometimes they'll just slide off and I have to catch them. So I don't really like that. This is a studio headset, totally different, made the way they're made. These fit tight on my head, tight. They go against my head in such a way, I hear nothing outside of this headset. Nothing. I mean, it takes a lot for me to hear it. So I have to actually, and even when I take them off, my voice sounds different. And I'm listening to this microphone is what I'm hearing. I hear myself talking. And that's how I set my volume levels here, like that. Now, I can't hear nothing in the headset now. I sound totally stupid. But I can turn it up, and now I hear me. It's just like the mic. I can turn the mic down, just like that. Or I can turn the mic like that. I've got it set to where I think about right in there. I got a gauge here. I usually talk around 15 dBs, about right in that area right there, I think. And I've listened to it on YouTube, and that sounds about normal for me. It's hard sometimes for me to get things set here so it sounds normal to you, especially when I'm cutting video and I'm editing different things. I also edit the audio once in a while, make it a little bit louder here, make it a little bit softer there. And it's hard for me sometimes to guess where that's going to be for you to listen to for a comfortable level. And I miss sometimes. I've watched the same video you guys watch, and I go, that's a little bit too loud right there. Or, that's too, the music that I add in here and there. Sometimes the music I think is a little too loud. Sometimes I think it's not loud enough. It's hard to judge that sometimes because I don't have all the fancy gauges that I really would like to have. And I'm never going to have it because I don't have a 10-mile long desk. And so it's probably not going to happen. But I do the best I can do. And once I figure out a setting that's decent, like this camera that's working, I think the color of my face, by what I'm seeing here, I don't know what you're seeing on YouTube. And I will go check. But the color that I'm seeing on my face on here, it looks about normal to me. Not pretty, but that's my skin level. That looks about right for me. The shirt actually looks a little bit lighter blue than what it actually really is. But I'm okay because you guys don't know that. This up here looks about right. The wall color behind me looks actually a little bit off. It looks a little bit, well, the room is a little darker back there, so maybe that's about right. So I leave it there. And that's why I don't want to move this camera because I had to set all that. It took me days out of the box to get all that set because I'm stupid. I don't know what I'm doing. But now that it's set, I don't want to move it. I don't want to mess with it. So there you go. Once I get the settings of the mic where I think's about right, and I'm always messing with this mic because I don't know. Every time I listen to it, I think that needs to be tweaked a little bit, and I'm always messing with it. And sooner or later, I'm just going to have to decide that's good enough and just leave it alone. But anyway, that's my life in a nutshell. There is a law regulating this roof insurance issue. There is, Muskie, but I don't know what that law is. I've heard about it. I know Governor DeSantis signed a bill. I don't know exactly when it takes effect. Maybe it already has. I don't know. But these are some of the questions that I'm going to get the direct answers to when I get this insurance guy on. I don't like listening to rumors. He said, she said, I read, or I heard, and all that may be true, but I want to hear it from the horse's mouth of exactly the way it is. And then I want to find out, because this guy's from Farm Bureau. Then I want to find out, now, is this Farm Bureau's rule, or is this the rule through all insurance companies? Does State Farm have a different rule about this because that may be true too, and I don't know that either. Jerry says, why buy 30 years? Exactly. This is my question. If you're telling me in 10 years, in order for you to keep insuring my house, I have to tear this shingles off and put new ones on, because here in villages, they do not do a roof over. You have to tear the shingles off. You can't put shingles on top of shingles. Indiana, a lot of people did that. Don't know if you know that, but they did. Why have I got 30-year shingles on here? Why am I paying all this extra money for architectural shingles if you're telling me in 10 years you won't insure my house unless I tear them off? Good question, right? It's a logical question. We're going to find out, because I don't have the answer to that. You lost 90 subscribers. Well, I don't know what I've lost today, because I know on my thing here, let me tell you, some days I think I should just stop doing live, because I have a tendency to piss people off. And they leave and they never come back. And here's the thing about it, and this is a fact. You make one subscriber mad to the point where they unsubscribe, you not only lost that subscriber, you've lost their whole family. Because a lot of times people that's interested in coming, say, to a place like this is just a scenario I'm giving you. Let's say Janet finds my channel somehow, some way. Usually somebody's recommended. Watch this guy's channel. He's got some stuff you might be interested in. I recommend watch all of them, because what I say might be different than what somebody else says. And what I tell you what the rules are here in my district, somebody in District 13 will tell you what their rules are down there, and it could be different. It does. It happens all the time. Because I've always said, you buy a home, know your district rules. I don't know all the rules, but I have given you the website to go where every district rules are listed there. And you can go print them out at what that district is. But I got to rambling and I forgot what I was talking about. What the hell was I talking about? Oh, no, not the roofs, right? 90 subscribers. No, leaving. Janet decides I say something that pissed her off. So she's leaving. And believe it or not, I just said pissed. Somebody's going to get pissed because I said pissed, because now I said a cuss word and they're going to want to leave. This is what happens. So I make Janet mad. And then next thing you know, she gets a hold of the lady or guy that recommended my channel. And she said, I'm not going to ever watch that. You know what he told me? Now, I don't know what she's going to tell this person, because people take things that I say and they twist them around to where I didn't say that at all. But that person is going to believe her because he doesn't know me. But he's going to say, well, if he said that, then I'm unsubscribing too. And then he tells somebody. What? And then he tells somebody. And then next thing you know, 50 people, through the domino effect, has left the channel, and 49 of them doesn't even know what it was even about. This is what happens. And it's just like putting people in YouTube jail. I checked the other day. I don't know what I'm going to do. I really don't, because I want the channel to continue to grow. But I have a tendency when I put somebody in YouTube jail, and I don't remember everybody's name. I figure I had a good reason to put you there, or you wouldn't be there. I had something, and I bet I've got a record here somewhere. I had something like 3,200 people in YouTube jail that cannot comment on my videos anymore. They can watch, but they can't comment anymore. And somebody sent me an email. I forget the name. Doesn't make any difference. He sent me an email, because you can still send me an email. You just can't comment on the video or live, or in the chat here on the side. They can't comment in there anymore. They're gone. He sent me an email. He says, I must be in YouTube jail. He said, because I keep making comments and they don't show up. So I sent him an email back saying, well, what did you do? Because I don't remember names or whatever. And he said, went back, he says, I don't know. He said, but can you check and see? I said, yeah. So I took his name, I went in there and I typed it in there. Lo and behold, yep, he was in YouTube jail. And so I couldn't remember his violation. I don't even know what his violation was. But after looking it over and everything, I come to the conclusion, one of the moderators put him in YouTube jail. And I don't know what the reason was for that. And I'm sure if I went to every moderator, nobody's going to remember this person's name. You just don't remember. But sometimes you guys use weird names on YouTube, like, Molly BB, and we're not going to remember who you are. So I told him, I said, okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take you out of YouTube jail one time. And I'm trying to say this in a nice way. I don't know how, when you type things in, your emotions are not in that typing word. So you can't say things nice. When you say things, they may read them nasty when you did not mean it that way. So I said, I'm going to take you out of YouTube jail once, because I said, I don't know why you're in YouTube jail, but I think one of my moderators put you in there for some reason. And I said, do you remember what you done? Of course, no. So I'm going to take you out once. I said, so be good, and I'll see you on the next live show. And I let it go. So if you're in YouTube jail and you want out, or you think you're in YouTube jail, email me. Don't do it on comment, because you're not going to get the comments through. Email me, let me know, give me the name. I'll go look and see if you're in there, and I'll send you an email back and see what it was you done, because there's several things we just don't put up with. One of my number one rule, my regular people know about it. You cannot make any nasty statements about any of my girls on the WNL show. None. If you do, you're gone in a heartbeat. No questions asked. You're just gone. I won't tolerate it. This is a fun show. It's hard enough putting the show on to have fun. We give prizes away, information, all this kind of stuff. I am not going to put up with you talking about, I don't even know what you would say to the girls anyway, but I'm not going to tolerate it. And my moderators know it. So if you say something nasty, they know without any exception, you're gone. And I got a feeling that's what's happened to some of them, some. The other ones are, especially during a WNL show, we don't want any political talk, period. And some people have a tendency that whatever happens in their life, whatever happens in the world, it's always somebody's fault, ain't it? You know what I'm talking about. It's always that person's fault. And I don't even want to hear it. That show's not about that. It's just about fun, information, ask questions. We're giving away prizes, play games, have fun. That's what it is. And if you want to drag your politics into any of that, there's a good chance it won't be me, because I haven't got time. I don't put anybody in YouTube jail during a WNL show. I just don't, because I ain't got time. I'm doing buttons and things. And I just ain't got time for that. Moderators watches all that. And so the odds are they're going to put you in jail. That's all I'm saying. It's nothing personal. I'm just saying that I want to run that show my way, the way I want it to go, and we're just simply not going to listen to some of that crap. It's not going to happen. And never say anything derogatory about the girls unless you want to be gone, because you're going to be gone. Okay, John, I get the hint. John, he's got ZZ's like, put me to sleep. I understand. We're out of here. Dave's in his RV in Wisconsin. He says the gas up there dropped down to $3.95. Well, that's better, but that's not the price I'm looking for. Where did he say? Don't drive to the Chicago area. I paid $5.19 2 days ago. God, this is such a ripoff. Such a ripoff. Mark Pierce, you don't piss me off. Listen, I just try to have fun, but I have a tendency to say something sometimes. And next thing you know, I get this email. I got an email the other day. I think I told Linda about it. That'll be on this special thing that I'm going to put on Patreon as soon as this is over. So you Patreon members go there and you can watch it. And I tell Linda about this lady I must have pissed off. Anyway, it's on there. Okay. Hey, Michael, where we at? You got me. I didn't expect any of that, so I'm not even ready for it. Good Lord, where's everything's at? I don't even know where anything's at here. I'm not set up for none of this. Oh, here we are.
Thank you for the super chat.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks for the super sticker. Appreciate it, bud. That's good of you. I didn't ask for that, but that's nice of you. Lily, thanks. I don't know what that's all about. Lily up there somewhere. I'm looking. I have finally determined that I'm old. First and probably only grandchild, girl, to be born next week. Yeah. If you got grandkids coming, that's a sign of getting old. Yep. I'll tell you another one. Memory. You'll remember things like it was yesterday, 40 years ago. Smells, sounds, who you was with, color of the shirt. You'd remember it all. Then somebody will say, did you take your pills today? A sign of getting old. Have a cold one on me. I will, Michael. I promise you I will. And thanks a lot. Appreciate it so much. Hey, Skip, why don't eggs taste like chicken? I don't know. Maybe because it comes out of the chicken. They always say the chicken's ass. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no answer to that. Good question. Or, seeing as how the chicken comes from an egg, how come a chicken don't taste like an egg? Just a thought. You know, to this day, I don't eat much chicken. There's really only about one kind of chicken that I shouldn't say that really. I do eat chicken. There's just certain ways chickens has to be cooked for me to eat it. And one of the ways, I know this is dumb, is that it can't smell like a chicken. Sue's that way. She'll laugh. She'll say, oh, that's stupid. But let me point out, Sue doesn't like seafood because it smells like fish. If it doesn't smell like fish, she'll eat it. Well, I'm that way with chicken because I lived on a farm. And those of you who lived on farms know what I'm talking about when it comes time to cleaning a chicken and picking the pin feathers out of them. And you had to process, you know what I mean? The house smelled that way. And to this day, it can't smell like chicken. I don't want it. Richard Sanders is a new member. I can bring that up here, can't I? Yeah, I can. Look, I forgot all about that. I can bring that up too for the $10 super chat. Yes, sir. And Richard Sanders has now become a YouTube member. I appreciate it, Richard. I appreciate it so much. It all helps. You marinate chicken in Olive Garden. You marinate chicken in Olive Garden Italian dressing and throw it on a hot grill. Oh, I don't doubt that a bit. That Olive Garden dressing and stuff will help, smell and the taste and all that. But I've had chicken, and I don't know where or when, but it's like chicken and noodles. There's a way you can make chicken and noodles where it tastes and smells great. And there's because you use chicken broth to make the soup and stuff you want to, where I can't hardly eat that stuff because as soon as I get that spoon up by my nose, it smells like a dead chicken. And I just don't want it. Nothing wrong with it. It probably tastes great. I'm not putting it down. It's just me. It's just one of my little idiosyncrasies. There's your $10 word. I can't eat it. I don't want it. And Sue also knows that food to me not only has to taste good. I can eat food that really don't taste great, but it has to look that way. If it looks good, I'll eat it. I'll try it. But if you bring it to me, no matter how it tastes, if it doesn't look appetizing, I'm probably not even going to eat it. I'm not eating that. Look at it. It's crap. I just ain't going to do it. I'm a hard person to please. I'll admit. I know you're about to leave, Skip, but I always wonder what your number 2 place would be to retire. Maybe sometime you can tell us. I did. I've always told everybody 3 times. I'm sorry, 3 places. We had our eye on 3 different places to go. At that time, the reason why we chose here was because of the golf. That was the main reason, the golf. It wasn't the squares like a lot of people think. The golf cart trails was cool. I do appreciate them. I used the hell out of them. I always have. Do I really need that? Did I move here for the golf cart trails? Not quite. My number 1 was probably golf. The golf cart trails would have probably been my number 2 reason. But we had 3 places in mind. On Top of the World was 1. It wasn't our number 1. It was 1. The Villages was number 2. And Solo Vita at that time was number 3. And we had visited all of them. And hands down, when you look at the idea of golf, Villages outbeat them without question. There was just not even a question. All of them had problems with golf and all this. Now, homes were homes. They were all about the same price. They were all built about the same way. There really wasn't much difference in that, except on Top of the World. What turned me off there, not only was it the golf, you couldn't golf there unless you bought a membership. And I just thought that was and it was only 1 18 hole at that time. I got to play the same 18 holes, 3 days a week. I just couldn't see that. And but the home prices are about the same. But at that time, they had this land lease thing where you owned a home, but you technically did not own the land that the home sat on. And you paid this leasing thing. But by paying the leasing thing, they did all the outside maintenance around the house, mowed the grass, trimmed the bushes. I don't think they did any work to the house. It was just that kind of stuff, the land maintenance. And being a guy from Indiana, that I don't know, man. My mind kept saying, how can I own a house and not own the land under it? It just didn't set right with me. And that's the main reason why I said no to it. Now, that's changed over the years. They have different sections up there now doing different things. They've got a couple of golf courses, I think, now. I still think you got to buy a membership to play them. But they have a lot of pros going on there. One is it's a true 55-plus community, gated. Your 18-year-old grandson that's addicted to drugs ain't living there full time. Now, that's what I'm understanding by talking to people. Ain't happening. He can visit. Then he's got to go. Here, your 19-year-old grandson, because that's the minimum age, 19, addicted son, troublemaking son, or whatever, he can live here full time and just cause all kinds of havoc and live here full time. And to me, that's a big negative here, but it's here. Is it predominantly everywhere? No, I'm not saying that, but it's here. It's not going to be there. And so that's a big plus. Solo Vita, loved it. Same problem. 1 18-hole golf course at the time, you had to buy a membership. And that was a big downer to me. So we ended up here. And that's the end of my story about here. There's a lot more to choose from now. You got right even around the Villages. You've got Del Webb. I don't even know all the names of all of them, but they're all around here. You Google them, you'll find them. They're all around here. Call 2 of my favorite real estate people. One's be Ira. He knows all the real estate people around here that knows all the different retirement communities, price-wise, and what they got, and rules and regulations. He's got all that information. I would tell you call Robin about information about that, but I don't think I will because I don't think she really concentrates too much on outside retirement communities as much as she does here. And so, but Ira does all of them. And in the back of my mind, if I was going to call somebody to find out anything about it, I'd call his offices. You probably won't get Ira. You'll probably get one of his assistants over there, but just leave your information and somebody will get back to you, I'm sure. If they don't get back to you, let me know. And I'll kind of get a hold of Ira and say, hey, or send me an email and I'll forward it to him or something. I'll help out as much as I can if you're subscribed to my channel. Be warned, If you're not subscribed to my channel, don't ask me to do you a favor. Real quick, because I'm going to end this real quick. We've been doing this way too long. A wise man once told me, when you order Chinese food, always order shrimp because you can't fake shrimp. I'm reading that thinking, is that a joke or is he being? I got William has a tendency to give me riddles once in a while, so I said, you can't fake shrimp. I'm going to say that's probably true, but there's probably more to that than what I'm reading into it. William? Tom says, money, 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 money. Yep, that's it down here, man. And with this COVID and all the excuses in the world they got, everything just costs a lot more than it used to. Everything. I don't care what it is. And the funny thing is, even if you're willing to pay that extra price, it'll take you 6 months to get it done. It's amazing to me. Somebody says, take roaster, remove backbone. I don't cook, first of all. Right off the get-go, I don't cook. It's got to come cooked. I just can't go in a house or eat food if it smells like a dead chicken, period. If you want me to cook, here's what you're going to get. Out of a can, in a skillet, throw it on a plate, and here's a fork. That's it. That's my cooking. Hank says chicken from Publix. Seems to me Sue got that a couple of times. Fried chicken. I don't know if it's deep fried, roasted, or whatever. Truthfully, between the two, I like roasted. If you ever had roasted chicken, you know what I'm talking about. She got that a couple of times. And I think it was okay. It wasn't great. I preferred KFC, extra crispy, seriously. But the problem is around here, there are very many convenient KFCs around. She's gotten chicken from a couple of places, and I still go back to KFC crispy. I just like it. Just like hamburgers. They all brag about having the best hamburger in town. Best. It's all about acquired taste, right? It all depends on what you like anyway. But out of all the hamburgers I've had around the villages, I'm going to tell you 2 places I've had the best hamburgers as far as I'm concerned. 2 best places I've had about hamburgers. Wendy's. You got to go a long way in my book to beat Wendy's. And then the second place is a place you would never even think of. Oh Shucks, which they thrive on oysters. That's why they call it Oh Shucks. It's a local bar in Wildwood, not golf cart accessible. You have to drive down there. Getting to the parking lot sometimes can be a little bit of an issue depending on what direction you go in. I don't go there that much. Like I say, it's a local place, nothing fancy, trust me. It's where a lot of the guys that get off work, they go down there and they have their dinner on their way home. And a beer maybe. That's what it is. $1.50 for a bottle of beer. And I've had a burger and a fry down there a couple of times. They're great. And it's one of the places nobody ever talks about. They cook them right there on the grill. I mean, you walk in, you're going to go, whoa. This place looks like it's caving in. It's been that way for many years. It's clean. There's nothing wrong with it. Trust me on this. Go in and get yourself a $1.50 beer and get a burger and a fry and tell me that burger's not good. And it ain't just a burger. The buns are very good. They put them on the grill once in a while with the burgers. They stay crispy. You know what I mean? They're not grease soaked like some of them are here at our so-called country clubs. Yeah, great burger. I love it. Jim Brown, $3,500 membership fee to play golf at Solovita. See, that's what I'm talking about. And that was a bummer to me. That was just a total turnoff. That's why I say on the channel about the villages, not trying to be a smart ass or anything. You're not buying a home here. You're buying a lifestyle. That's what the villages actually sells here. The homes is just something you can buy here. And you do get some extra, benefits for being a resident. You can buy a home anywhere. You buy a home on top of the world. It's the same kind of home they got here. Most of them, they're about the same floor plans and everything. There's not much difference in them. They got their activities down there, but with me, it was golf. And that was the difference between all of them. Based on traffic, Solovita was just as far away from Disney. Well, now, I wasn't looking at Solovita to go to Disney. Sue and I got Disneyed out years ago. I've been to Disney. Well, I ain't been there in 20 years now, but when our grandkids were little, good Lord, I don't even know how many times we've been to Disney and Universal Park and SeaWorld and all that. We took all our granddaughters down there year after year after year as they turned to a certain age. I wouldn't take them down when they were 2. I got to tell you, I'm sorry. I don't understand the philosophy of taking a 2-year-old to a place like Disney on a 100-degree day or a baby in a stroller. That to me, that's almost like child abuse. It's torturous. And then you're in these rides and these kids are screaming and crying, and that's not fun. So I don't get that. I know that babysitters can be a problem and things like that. And, maybe you shouldn't go. Maybe just stay home and go later when they get bigger. Anyway, I'm getting off the topic again. We've been to Disney World, I'm going to say 8 or 10 times. I haven't been there in 20 plus years. I don't know exactly, but 20 plus years. So things have changed a lot, especially the price to get in. So I may go down there again during the fall season. They tell me, the people I know that go down there a lot, they got annual passes. They tell me that the slowest time of the year to go to Disney World, it's either the week before or week after Christmas. I'm trying to think. The busiest time of, wait a minute, let me get to, the slowest time of the year is the week before Christmas. The busiest time of the year is the week after Christmas. Something like that. I got to double check on that because that's me. I want to go during the slow time. I don't want to stand in line to do a different ride and I'm not a big ride guy anyway at our age, but I do like the shows, things like that. So I'll find out. But I didn't look at Solovita in relationship to being close to Disney World. Now, if that's you, then there are a lot of other places down there. I'm just saying Solovita. I was just looking for a place to go to retire, to enjoy myself, and to disconnect from the world. I had been in the world's traffic for 38 years. I was sick of dealing with people everywhere. So I wanted to go to a place where I could disconnect from the world and just live life at my own pace the way I want to. And I'm not looking for anybody's approval for what I want to do or don't want to do. And Solovita was on the list. On Top of the World was on the list, and the Village was on the list. And like I say, golf was my number one priority. And between the three, there was no comparison. And to this day, I don't think there's any comparison. And what you're telling me here, it looks like it's still really no comparison. I'm not taking anything away from those places. I'm just giving you my reasons. Dave D said food photography is dollars. Huh? I don't get it, Dave. What are you saying? Food photography is dollars. I don't know. Well, I do know this. When you go to some restaurants, the pictures on the menu sometimes don't look like the food you actually get. Is that what you're talking about? I've seen this. Sometimes I even ask the waitress, if I order this, is it going to look just like this? I'm just trying to be a hard ass. Jim Brown said the Village it was for me, Jim. It was for me. And just because my life is the way it is, there's 1,000 different lives out there doing things a different way. I'm just giving you my reasons. There might be reasons for other people to think about. To some people, On Top of the World is like the only place to go. And I can see why. I've been there. It's a nice place. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. And actually, if I ever sell my home here, truthfully, I'll be honest with you. If I ever sell my home here and I'm looking for another place to go, not necessarily to save money or anything like that, On Top of the World might be a good choice for me next time because I know things has changed up there about the land lease. And if I can buy a house and own the property I'm sitting on, and I don't have to pay $500 a month in HOA fees, and that's another thing you got to watch. This is a consideration, and that might be a consideration next time, because I'm still close enough to the villages that just because you don't live here, doesn't mean you can't have medical services here. Do you know that? I know that. So I'm only 23 miles away. It's a little bit away, but not that far, to where until we get things set up for Sue, maybe later, I know that that's close enough. She can drive down here every 6 weeks and get her treatments with no problem. And that's the main consideration. Solavita in Orlando is a bit far to drive up here for that. So that's probably would be my second choice. And if I sell here, there's a good chance my next W&L would be from there. Just saying. When do the snowbirds start coming in? They used to. Here's the difference of what I've seen in my lifetime here. 25 years of being here. Used to, snowbirds started floating in here right after Christmas. And they flocked in here January. They were here by January 1st in. And then by April 1st is the first wave of them going out, heading back up north, because April 15th they had to file their income taxes in the state they resided in. So that's when they headed back. Now, things have changed because of, I don't even know why. They start floating in actually in October. Canadians will start coming in here in October. A lot of people that bought homes here to be a snowbird, they want to spend 6 and 6. 6 months there, 6 months here. So they come in October, November, December, January, February, March, and head back April 1st. So it's just changed. Some of them don't come into after Christmas like they normally did. But because they own a home here, they don't want to go back home until they have to start mowing grass or whatever. They'll file taxes here, or they do it online now, because back then we didn't do online stuff. Now they do. They'll come in January, February, March, April, May, and start going back home in June or the end of May. And so the whole idea of a wave coming in, wave going out, it's all changed now. Different. Food photography for ads is expensive. I still don't know what you're talking about, Dave. Food photography for ads is expensive. Are we talking about, I don't know. I mean, I don't disagree with what you're saying. I don't know what you mean. See, last time we were in Disney was 7 years ago. Not interested in doing it again. Must have gone more than 15 times. Yeah, we've been a lot too. After a while, just like everything else, you just get burnt out. What else? What's for dinner? Don't know. Sue's cooking. I don't cook. As far as I know, she ordered out a pizza. Don't know that either. Last night we had pizza. Based on a site called Touring Plans, the best time for Disney is any week in September, based on crowd levels. I do know years ago that was true. I don't know if it's September or whatever, but it was always a low time where the crowds really dropped off when kids went back to school. But remember, for the last 2 or 3 years, kids didn't go to school, not down here. They had home classes. Everybody got a computer from the school to stay home and do it. And so they could go to Disney World anytime during the day, really. And then also, because of the COVID thing, and Disney's always done this, but I think they've kind of ramped it up a little with this new CEO there down there they got. Overseas stuff. Brazil's a popular country. Apparently they got a lot of money in Brazil. And they have these special packages that they sell to them people in Brazil that includes everything from air flight to Orlando, bus to the hotel for a week or two, and back to Orlando and all this and that. And last time me and Sue went down there, I swear to God, we had the kids with us, so we're in Magic Kingdom, right? That's where That's a kid's park, really. This park was like 50% full of Brazil. How do I know that? Because they're all walking around with this tour guide with a flag, and it says Brazil on it. And everybody's following these people from one ride to another, to another, to another. And that's what they did. And I'm talking 20 years ago. Don't quote me as being last month. It's a long time ago. But I do know by watching the advertisements here on TV that I think they've upped that a little bit for foreign people to come in to fill the parks up. I think now the parks are cutting people off to now you have to have an appointment or a enter time date. You get a ticket to go to Disney World. Don't mean you're going to be able to go in Disney World just because you have a ticket. Now you have to, I guess online, somebody tell me if I'm wrong because I don't know, that you have to go online and schedule what day you're going to go to that park, and they have to approve it before your ticket's any good. You just can't go buy a ticket like you used to at the window and then go in. You can't do that. So it ain't what it used to be. And so as an old person, all that just turns me off. You know what Disney ought to do? Seriously, if they really care about Florida and being a retirement state, they should have a retirement day. Don't you think? They should have a day where the cost of going in is maybe half of what it normally is. Bring your driver's license as an ID proving you're over a certain age, like say 65. You're over 65. You get in for $50 instead of $100. And the only people allowed in this park, other than the people that work there, is only retired people or people over a certain age. That's it. That's the only people sit in the park. Nobody else is allowed that day. I think that'd be great. They'll never do it though. Just my thoughts. I was commenting on making food attractive and appealing on how my employer does this. This was based on what? Oh, you guys were talking together. You wasn't even talking to me. Okay. Yeah, I get confused on that sometimes. Yeah. I was making a joke about on the menu. I've been to restaurants where I've truck stops mostly when I worked. And you look, and I know truck stop food. We don't have truck stops nowadays, but I know what truck stop food was. I'm looking at this menu. And me and my partner just commented all the time, oh my God, look at this steak. Doesn't that steak look wonderful? Wouldn't you love to have that steak? And they'd come over and he'd say, wait, if I order this steak, does it come looking exactly like that? We're just picking on the waitresses, that's what we did. So anyway, okay. Spend your whole retirement saving in one day. Boy, you sure can. You damn sure can. If you're talking about going to Disney, well, you can spend all your retirement money right here. Buy a new house. Most expensive new home to remodel that you'll ever own in your life. And I don't mean that as a joke. It's true. Ask anybody. Okay, I'm going to get out of here. Thanks for coming. See you guys on WNL. Thanks for your patience here. This went on way too long. I'm sorry. And hopefully my iPad will straighten out. Next time we'll be outside. With that being said, see you guys on the other side. Thanks a lot.